Chapter 721. Hearing this, the masked Qinshan smiled and said, Master Wen, you can see it clearly, but don't you want to see your disciple's injury? When Wenhai glanced to the side and saw Zhang Xiaohu's eyes full of grief and indignation, he said with a smile, As long as he is alive, there will always be life. At worst, he will only have some dry firewood like me. There is no need to see him. The masked Qinshan asked curiously, Master Wen, are you here to accept your punishment? Don't you want to say something? Do you want to say something for your disciple? When Wenhai shook his head and said, If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Xiaohu has made such a great contribution to the Misty Hall, but he was destroyed by you with a groundless accusation. What else can I say? I came here today just to see. Aren't you looking for the person behind Zhang Xiaohu? Who else is there except me? If you have any problems, just come to me. At worst, I will give you my head to fulfill my wish several years ago. Although when Wenhai was talking to Qinshan, he also looked at Yang Ruping several times, which made Yang Ruping quite embarrassed. Hearing Wenhai's heroic words, all the disciples were a little ashamed. The masked Qinshan stood up from the chair and clapped his hands and praised, Master Wen, you are so forthright that I admire you. Then, he turned around and said to Zhong Pei, Zhong Pei, do you think you are the only smart person? Do you think you can play everyone on the Shixin Peak and the inner disciples on the Lingxiang Peak in the palm of your hand with such means? Zhong Pei was stunned and quickly stood up and said excitedly, Envoy Chen, please understand. I am loyal to the Lingxiang Peak. I am trying my best to complete the task of the sect master. Seeing that Zhong Pei still wanted to argue, the masked Qinshan took out the jade talisman from his arms and held it above his head. He shouted, Pass the sect master's decree. Zhong Pei did not dare to speak at once. He bowed and said, Please tell me. The masked Qinshan said, Zhong Pei, do you think I am a fool? Do you want to fool me with such a non-existent thing? Why don't you use your cleverness on the right path? I know that you want to make some contributions, but you have to find something reliable to do. Don't mention the beast tide of Yulan Mu. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong. Use your heel and think about it. Is that something the disciples of the Misty Hall can control? It's the work of Yellow Wind and Black Lightning. We'll look into it when we have the time. There's no need for Vice Hall Master Zhong to come. Zhong Pei's face turned as red as a pig's liver. He mumbled to himself, not daring to say a word. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but have a good impression of this sect master, whom he had never met before. Fortunately, you're not muddle-headed from old age. You can still distinguish the cause of the matter. Then, he did not know whether to laugh or cry at the masked Qinshan. This guy had already received the order from the sect master that he only needed to pass it on to the Shixin Peak, and everyone would have to listen to it. But this guy, on the other hand, kept shouting this and that, insisting on being the so-called righteous one time, making him worry for nothing for a long time. After reading the decree of the sect master, the masked Qinshan put away the jade talisman and said to Zhong Pei with a cold face, Zhong Pei, the matter of the beast tide ends here. Do you know? Zhong Pei said obsequiously, This lowly one knows. This lowly one was also blinded for a moment and wanted to make some contributions for Lingering Fragrance Peak. I didn't expect that I was deviated. This matter will never be mentioned again. Up to this point, things were not out of Zhong Pei's control. He had made preparations for both sides. If he succeeded, he would have completed some unspeakable tasks given to him by the hierarch. If he failed, he would have been punished by the hierarch. Not far away, Zhao Jian's face was green and red. He was unwilling, but if Zhong Pei did not dare to say anything, what could he do? Who knew that the masked Qinshan would say, The sect master is extremely dissatisfied with you. You stirred up a storm, but you fell into the scheme of others. Well, sit down first. When I return to the Lingxiang Peak, you will return with me and ask for forgiveness in front of the sect master. Ah, the scheme of others? Zhong Pei was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian, what did you do behind my back? When Zhao Jian heard this, he became anxious. He stepped forward and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I am innocent. I did not do anything. I only did what I should do according to your instructions. These words were vague, But it was also very clear that Zhao Jian had entered the Yulong Grand Canyon because of Zhong Pei's instructions. You, Zhong Pei said angrily, you still dare to talk nonsense? The masked Chen Chen waved his hand. Zhong Pei, sit down. Your task in the Shishing Peak has been completed. There will be a successor to replace you. Then he said to Yang Ruping, Hall Master Yang, the sect master will arrange a suitable person for you to live in harmony and develop the Misty Hall together. Yang Ruping nodded. Thank you for the arrangement. Well, heroine, you can sit down now. Everything in the Yuanxiang cult is under the control of the sect master. He will not wrongly accuse a good person, nor will he let a bad person go. When Wenhai snorted, but obediently found a seat to sit down. The masked Chen Chen sat back in his chair and quietly looked at Zhao Jian for a long time. He said in a deep voice, Zhao Jian, are you not going to say anything? Zhao Jian cupped his hands and said, I have said what I should say. There is nothing more to say. Well, good. The masked Chen Chen asked. Then I would like to ask again. Did the two inexplicable horse neighs in the Yulong Grand Canyon have anything to do with you? Zhao Jian shook his head and said, Absolutely not. I didn't hear any horse neighs. If my guess is wrong, then junior brother Zhang and the others also escaped from the blood wolf. I have wrongly accused a good person. I can apologize to junior brother Zhang. Hee. The masked Chen Chen sneered. If you don't have any ulterior motives, why did you suggest such an idea to Zhong Pei when Zhang Xiaohu and the others came back? This, Zhao Jian was somewhat speechless. When he suggested the plan to Zhong Pei, there was obviously no one around. How did the sect master, who was far away in the Lingxiang Peak, know about it? After thinking for a moment, Zhao Jian hardened his heart and said, Since Lord Envoy knows about this, then this little one will tell you everything. Bringing my fellow disciples into the Yulong Grand Canyon to gather herbs was due to my hard work. Gathering more than 10 carriages of rare herbs was also due to my contribution. Even if we encountered a beast tide, I thought that I would be able to escape and bring back some herbs. But this Zhang Xiaohu actually came back alive and brought back 4 carriages worth of herbs. He actually became the greatest contributor to the Yulong Grand Canyon. What about me? I became the pitiful worm in the mouths of the other disciples. Everything that I worked so hard to do was obtained by him by luck. His martial arts are ordinary. How can he block my path? Yes, Lord Envoy is right. I am jealous. Really, I am incomparably jealous. He is only a direct disciple of the Misty School. He took all the glory of being a direct disciple. He learned the Misty Divine Art and practiced the Misty 7 Swords. These were all obtained by him effortlessly. But what about me? My martial arts are stronger than his, and my swordsmanship is better than his. But what did I obtain after 10 years of hard work? The more Zhao Jian spoke, the more agitated he became. It was as though he was about to step on Zhang Xiaohu's nose. Zhang Xiaohu was lying on the stretcher. He was so angry that his face turned red and his eyes were wide open. He pointed at Zhao Jian with difficulty and wanted to say something. But after a moment, he regained his composure and looked at Zhao Jian's performance pitifully. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but smack his lips. This fellow was really boring. He didn't know about the other direct disciples, but when it came to his second brother, he knew very well. If he didn't exchange his life for sect leader O's little sister, how could his second brother enter the Misty School? The identity of a direct disciple was also incomparably awkward back then. Now he was actually envied by an ordinary disciple. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua had never thought of. Zhao Jian spoke for a while more, and the surrounding disciples also came to a realization. They looked at Zhao Jian with some disdain, but at the same time, there was some sympathy. What he said was not false. Many disciples would occasionally have such complaints, but they would all say it secretly and not dare to surface it on the surface. After a series of sonorous and forceful explanations, Zhao Jian finally said, Lord Envoy, I know I was wrong, but I feel that there is nothing to regret. The martial arts world is a place where the strong preys on the weak. Since I have done something wrong, I should be punished. I am willing to apologize to junior brother Zhang and accept the punishment of the Misty Hall. The masked Chen Chen turned his head and smiled. Since you are accepting the punishment of the Misty Hall, then you should listen to Hall Master Yang's opinion. When Yang Ruping heard this, she hesitated and said, although Zhao Jian is jealous of Zhang Xiaohu and has done something wrong, but after all it is pardonable. Moreover, he has also made some contributions in the Yulon Grand Canyon. I think. Aunt Qin, who was at the side, could not accept it and said anxiously, Hall Master Yang, Zhao Jian is jealous of junior brother, and the things he has done are not small. If not for the sect leader's clear investigation, Zhang Xiaohu's life would have been gone. How can he be spared? This, Yang Ruping muttered. Zhao Jian has also done a lot of things in the hall, and his martial arts is the highest among the second-generation disciples. Seeing that Yang Ruping was somewhat protective and indecisive, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown. At this time, the masked Chen Chen opened his mouth and said with a smile, this is the punishment of your Misty Hall. You can slowly discuss it in the future. Then he suddenly raised his head and asked Zhao Jian, what is the third rule of the fragrant cult? Disciples of the cult who kill each other. Zhao Jian blurted out, and then his face turned pale. The next few words were said with gritted teeth. Kill without pardon. Good, you still remember. The masked Chen Chen clapped his hands and said, but why did you still do it? Zhao Jian turned pale with fright. Chapter 722. The envoy is wise. Zhao Jian hurriedly shouted. Zhang Xiaohu's injuries were caused by the law enforcement disciples. I only whipped him occasionally to appease the injustice in my heart. I have no intention of taking junior brother Zhang's life. The pitiful Zhang Xiaohu didn't even have the strength to open his mouth. Even if he was tormented by Zhao Jian, he couldn't say a word. The surrounding disciples couldn't help but whisper among themselves. They felt that the envoy from the lingering fragrance peak was making a mountain out of a molehill. The masked Chen Chen smiled and said, Zhao Jian, don't try to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. I just want to know if you were the one who caused the blood wolves in the Yulon Grand Canyon. The entire place was silent. Zhao Jian pointed his finger to the sky and said, the heavens above and the earth below. The two horse neighs were definitely an illusion of junior brother Zhang's group. I definitely didn't do it. If I was the one who did it, I would have been struck to death by the heavens. Zhao Jian, on the other hand, was tense. He saw that the emissary of the lingering fragrance peak was very particular about evidence. Out of all the Misty Hall disciples who participated in the trial, only the 4 of them came back alive. Zhang Xiaohu and the other 2 were obviously in cahoots. Their words could not be trusted. He wanted to see how this emissary would judge. Zhang Xiaohua also frowned. When he met Zhang Xiaohu, it was already later on. He also heard about the incident in the forest from Zhang Xiaohu. To be honest, it couldn't be used as evidence, and he couldn't be sure that it was Zhao Jian who did it. In fact, even if Zhao Jian admitted that he was the one who caused the horse neighs, it was only due to negligence. It couldn't be considered as fratricide. Haha. The masked Chen Chen laughed again. Since ancient times, traitors have always been stubborn. It seems like you are the same. You won't give up until you see the river. Men, bring her up. As soon as he said that, Zhao Jian's face changed drastically. He barely managed to stand still, and his eyes darted around as he glanced at the door. Several inner disciples standing behind Chen Chen heard the order and walked out. Not long after, they brought in a stretcher from outside the hall. On the stretcher was an inner disciple with a veil covering her face. Zhao Jian's expression softened. He looked at Xiao Chen strangely, and did not say anything. The masked Chen Chen asked, Zhao Jian, look at this woman. Do you recognize her? Zhao Jian pretended to take a look and cupped his hands. Senior sister seems to be seriously injured. It's a pity that I've always stayed in Shirxin Peak, and had no chance to see senior sister lingering fragrance peak. Even when I brought the disciples of Misty Hall to train in Yulon Grand Canyon, I've never seen you before. Yes, the masked Chen Chen asked. Chen Chen, do you know this woman? Chen Chen looked at her for a long time, then bit his lip and said, Messenger, the clothes this woman is wearing are mine and senior sister Chang's. She should be the inner disciple we saved on the Yulon Prairie. Yes, good. Chen Chen turned his head and said, Ren Xiaoyao, come forward and take a look. Do you recognize this woman? Zhang Xiaohua did not expect Chen Chen to suddenly call her, and was stunned. Then, she looked at the familiar faces of Wen Wenhai and Aunt Qin, and slowly walked out from the group of inner disciples. Wen Wenhai was sitting there calmly, but when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, he was shocked. After staring for a moment, he regained his composure. Yang Ruping had never seen Zhang Xiaohua before. When she heard Chen Chen suddenly calling her from behind, she was also taken aback. Aunt Qin, who was next to her, quickly went up and briefly explained Zhang Xiaohua's origin. She also handed over the silk in her arms. Yang Ruping saw this and nodded slightly. When Chang'e and Chen Chen heard the name of Ren Xiaoyao, they did not react at first. But when they saw Zhang Xiaohua come out, they were surprised and happy. Then they remembered that Ren Xiaoyao was Zhang Xiaohua. But then they stole a glance at Chen Chen, and did not dare to be too happy. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front of the hall. First, she bowed to Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e, and said, Ren Xiaoyao of the pill-expanding hall pays his respects to the three saviors. Zhang Xiaohu smiled, and moved his fingers slightly. Chang'e and Chen Chen also saluted back. After that, Zhang Xiaohua walked in front of the woman, and reached out to pick up her arm and other parts. He carefully pinched it, then stood up and said, Reporting to Lord Envoy, this is the inner court female disciple that we saved in the Yulon Grand Canyon that day. The bone injuries on her body were all treated by this little one, so I still recognize them. Good. The masked Chen Chen said, Sit down. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right, then chose the seat next to Wen Wenhai and sat down. The masked Chen Chen asked again, Zhao Jian, you really don't know this female disciple? Seeing Chen Chen ask again and again, Zhao Jian frowned and said, I'm really not familiar with her. At this time, the woman on the stretcher opened her mouth and said in a hoarse voice, Zhao Jian, you don't know me? Do you want me to call you junior brother Zhao, or husband Zhao, before you will recognize me? When Zhao Jian heard this, he was puzzled at first, but then he was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. After a long while he hesitated and said, You are Xia, senior sister Xia? Chang'e and Chen Chen also exclaimed, You are senior sister Xia? The hoarse voice sighed and said, Is it junior sister Chang'e and junior sister Chen Chen? I heard from Lord Chen that it was you and junior brother Zhang who saved me. Alas, why did you save me? You might as well let me die. But then the woman said hurriedly, No, I can't die. If I die, who can expose the shameless face of a despicable person like Zhao Jian? When Aunt Qin, who was sitting there, heard that the masked woman was Xia Zai, she was overjoyed. However, when she saw Xia Zai's miserable state, and then looked at Chen Chen who was sitting at the head of the table, her eyes were moist, but she did not dare to go forward. Zhao Jian's eyes turned quickly and immediately changed into a joyful expression. He cupped his hands and said, I didn't expect senior sister Xia to be lucky enough to survive. Congratulations, congratulations. Then he looked puzzled. I wonder what I did to make senior sister misunderstand. You actually treat me like this? Xia Zai was flustered and said with a stutter, You. The masked Chen Chen looked at her coldly, and turned to Aunt Qin. This Xia Zai was sent to our Lingxiang Peak by the disciples of Wuming Hall, as an inner sect disciple. However, after we identified her, we found that she wasn't a disciple of our Lingxiang Peak. She had been unconscious for a few days, and we couldn't determine her identity. She only woke up a few days ago, and after some questioning, we reported to the cult master. The cult master took pity on her, and granted her a veil, allowing her to cover her face in the cult of fragrance. He also asked me to send her to Shirxing Peak. Of course, we can't determine whether she is real or fake. Aunt Qin didn't say anything, but Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Why does wearing a veil in the cult of fragrance require the cult master's special approval? Could it be that it's one of the rules of the cult? Then his right hand unconsciously touched the handkerchief in his chest and thought, I, Xiaoxia, have used this handkerchief countless times. If I'm caught red-handed by the inner sect disciples, won't I be chased for thousands of miles? Sigh. There really isn't any human rights in the cult of fragrance. When Aunt Qin heard Chen Chen's words, she couldn't hold back anymore. She stood up and walked to Xia Zai. She looked at Xia Zai who was lying on the stretcher, but she couldn't tell who she was. Xiaozai's head was covered by a veil, and her entire body was covered by clothes. No one could tell who she was. Xiaozai heard Aunt Qin's footsteps and said with a choked voice, "Master, you won't be able to recognize me." Aunt Qin comforted her. "Zai, you grew up by my side. If I can't recognize you, who can? Then, you'll know when you remove my veil." Aunt Qin immediately had an ominous premonition. Therefore, she reached out her hand to remove Xiaozai's veil. Changgu and Chun Chun, who were at the side, knew what she was going to do. They exclaimed softly, "Master." After saying that, Chun Chun also walked forward and stood in front of Aunt Qin. He said softly, "Master, seeing your sister Xia was disfigured long ago. You must be mentally prepared." Aunt Qin waved her hand. What a joke! Which child in the pugilistic world didn't have blood on their hands? Why would they be afraid of this? As she spoke, she removed the veil. However, even though Aunt Qin was mentally prepared and knew that Xiaozai's face was disfigured, she was still shocked by what she saw. Under the veil was a head that was similar to a skull. There was no hair on the head, and only a small part of the head had a greenish-white scalp. There were many parts of the skull that revealed white bones. On the face, the 2 pools of autumn water had now become dry pools. There was also a black hole in the nose, and her lips were scattered. Her face was almost full of holes. Aunt Qin was dumbfounded. This was much scarier than a skeleton. How could she still see her original face? Moreover, this woman's voice had changed. If one tried to identify it, there were some traces of Xiaozai's voice. However, this didn't mean anything. Junior sister put on the veil. I knew that Master wouldn't be able to recognize me. Aunt Qin felt that some tears had quietly fallen from her eyes. She quickly wiped them with her sleeves and quietly covered Xiaozai's face with the veil. At this moment, she didn't want to look at Xiaozai's hands that were hidden in her sleeves. Her face was already like this, how good could her body be? After thinking for a while, Aunt Qin moved her mouth close to Xiaozai's ears, that had basically become a black hole, and whispered a few words. Then, she also moved her ears close to Xiaozai's mouth to hear her reply. The others all watched quietly and couldn't hear anything. However, Zhang Xiaohua's 6 senses were several times more sensitive than others. Even if he didn't use his martial arts, he could still hear the sounds. However, when he heard, first, pain, his face turned red. He looked at the ceiling and then at the ground. From time to time, he would dig his ears as if there were lice on his body. When Wenhai, who was beside him, had been secretly observing him. At this moment he couldn't help but wonder, when did my peripheral vision become so powerful? The 2 of them talked for a while. Aunt Qin straightened up and gestured for Chun Chun to identify it as well. Chun Chun thought for a while and spoke in a low voice like Aunt Qin. However, his face was a little red. After Xiaozai finished answering, her face became even more shy and cute. She nodded vigorously at Aunt Qin. Chun Chun, who was wearing the veil, was curious and asked, "Aunt Qin, can you identify it?" Chapter 723. When Zhang Xiaohua, who was seated far away, heard Chun Chun's silent question, she couldn't help but sit stiffly on the chair. She didn't move an inch, and had a look of disbelief on her face. This Chun Chun is too good at messing around. He can even do such a thing? Hee. This is the only way to tell if this is the real Xiaozai or not. Seeing Chun Chun's flushed face, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh secretly. When Aunt Qin heard Chun Chun's question, she stood up and cupped her hands. Reporting to Lord Envoy, my disciple Chun Chun and I have confirmed that this is indeed my disciple Xiaozai. The masked Chun Chun clapped his hands. Good, that's good. Since we can confirm it, junior sister Xia, please tell everyone about your encounter in the Yulon Grand Canyon. When everyone heard this, they revealed a curious expression. Just now Zhang Xiaohu and the other 2 were telling a story, while Zhao Jian was telling another story. Who wouldn't know which was true and which was false? They wondered what kind of story this crippled Xiaozai could tell. Not far away, Zhao Jian's expression changed a few times before he gradually calmed down. He returned to his previous confident expression, and like everyone else, he revealed an interested expression. Xiaozai had lost her eyes and couldn't see everything around her. When she heard Chen Chen's instructions, she recounted her encounter. Her hoarse voice wasn't loud, but it rang out in the silent misty hall, causing everyone to be shocked. That day, Zhao Jian held Xia Zai's hand and came to the edge of the small forest. He instructed the patrolling disciples to go back and warned the herb-gathering disciples of the misty hall. Then, he tied his horse and Xia Zai's horse to a tree. After that, he held Xia Zai's hand and stealthily walked towards the wolf pack. You? Xia Zai was puzzled. She wanted to ask, but was stopped by Chu Li's gentle gaze. He whispered, "Don't talk too much. Let's walk for a while and get closer to the wolf pack before we make a sound. Maybe we can lure the blood wolves to this side. Our light body technique is good, so we have a higher chance of escaping." Zhao Jian's image in Xia Zai's heart immediately became infinitely tall. She allowed Zhao Jian's hand to tighten and held Zhao Jian's hand in return. She had already decided in her heart, this is a good lover who is loyal and selfless. Even if I were to be fed to the blood wolves together with him, my heart would still be sweet. Sure enough, when they were some distance away from the blood wolf, Zhao Jian led him in another direction. It was different from the direction of the small forest. At this moment, a low-lying area appeared in front of them. There were some ponds. Xia Zai said softly, "Junior brother Zhao, we should reveal ourselves. Otherwise..." Before Xia Zai could finish her sentence, 2 hoarse neighs could be heard from afar. "This is bad." Zhao Jian's face was filled with panic as he said, "I forgot about the 2 horses." When Xia Zai heard this, she also turned around to look. Sure enough, the 2 hoarse neighs had already attracted the attention of the blood wolves to the small forest. Xia Zai panicked and immediately leaped up. Zhao Jian was even more anxious as he hugged her and scolded, "What are you doing?" Before Xia Zai could say anything, the blood wolves in the distance had also discovered their tracks. Immediately, a few of them ran towards them. This is bad. This time, Zhao Jian seemed to be really panicking. He didn't say anything to Xia Zai and quickly dragged her forward. When they reached the side of the pond, he pulled out a few reeds from the side of the pond and handed them to Xia Zai. Then, he immediately dived into the pond. Xia Zai was a little hesitant. However, when she thought of the blood wolves behind her, and the fact that the small forest had already been discovered by the blood wolves, she knew that it was impossible to lure all of the blood wolves to her location. Thus, she followed Zhao Jian and dived into the water with the reeds in her mouth. Although Xia Zai's martial arts were higher than Zhao Jian's, and her internal energy was also long, she wasn't good at swimming. When she entered the water, she didn't know what to do. After being hugged by Zhao Jian, she was momentarily dazed. After an unknown amount of time, the blood wolves at the side of the pond wandered away in search of the 2. Only then did the 2 emerge from the pond. Needless to say, the 2 of them were completely drenched, and it was no different from being naked. Xia Zai, who was in a daze, and Zhao Jian, who was distracted, easily turned the world upside down. When Xia Zai woke up, everything that should have happened had already happened. Even the wet clothes that were taken off at the side had been dried by the sun. The 2 of them put on their clothes. Xia Zai, who already had feelings for Zhao Jian, felt a little shy. To her, it was only a matter of time. She was only happy that she was able to find such a loyal and affectionate husband. Thus, she discussed with Zhao Jian and decided to check out the situation in the small forest. This suggestion was immediately rejected by Zhao Jian. If they were surrounded by blood wolves, how could they possibly survive? Furthermore, who could guarantee that there weren't 1 or 2 blood wolves there? If they were discovered, how could the 2 of them possibly survive? It was better to take advantage of the fact that the blood wolves had just left. The 2 of them could turn their grief into strength and quickly escape from the Yulong Grand Canyon to spread the news. Xia Zai pondered for a moment and agreed. Since everyone else was dead, the most important thing now was to protect their lives. Thus, the 2 of them headed towards the exit of the Yulong Grand Canyon. In the beginning, Xia Zai didn't have any doubts about Zhao Jian's arrangement. However, after a day, she thought about it carefully and had some doubts in her heart. She couldn't help but ask a few more questions. For example, why didn't he pass the horse to the other disciples and instead tie it to the tree? Why didn't he pick the direction where the blood wolves were going, but the direction beside them? Regarding these questions, Zhao Jian was a little hesitant. In the end, he said that it was just a momentary thought, and he didn't make any careful arrangements. On the other hand, Xiaozai didn't think too much about it. After all, they were passionate, and would always think positively. Furthermore, at that time it was indeed urgent. Even she was at a loss and had a huge pressure in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get together with Zhao Jian the moment they escaped danger. In the next 2 days, Xiaozai felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, the most important thing for the two of them was to escape from the Yulon Grand Canyon. However, this Zhao Jian, whenever he had the time, he would find Xiaozai and do it several times a day. At first, Xiaozai thought that it was her first time doing it, and that she was addicted to it. After all, she was aroused and tried her best to respond. However, day after day, it made Xiaozai develop a feeling that Zhao Jian was treating her as a tool, and that every day he could use her was one more day. It was a pity that Xiaozai's vigilance was too late. Just when Xiaozai was suspicious, the two of them were about to enter the Yulon Grand Prairie. In a desolate cave on the mountainside, after doing it, Xiaozai's face was still flushed red. It was because Zhao Jian had sealed her acupuncture point. Xiaozai was alarmed and shouted for the reason. However, how could Zhao Jian be willing to tell her? He wanted to kill her immediately. Xiaozai was a famous disciple of the Mingsui Hall, and her martial arts were above Zhao Jian's. She hurriedly used the Misty School's reverse blood corrosion secret technique to break through her sealed acupuncture point. Even so, she could only take advantage of Zhao Jian's carelessness to escape from the cave. If she wanted to defeat Zhao Jian, it would be extremely difficult. When Zhao Jian saw Xiaozai escaping, he was alarmed and immediately chased after her. Xiaozai panicked and fled to the top of the mountain. When she saw the cliff in front of her, she subconsciously stopped and turned around to ask Zhao Jian why he was doing this. Zhao Jian only laughed sinisterly and said, "You have already asked so many questions. If I keep you here, wouldn't I be looking for trouble? Only when you are dead will I be at ease." At this moment, Xiaozai finally understood that Zhao Jian had tied the horses outside the forest to attract the blood wolves. The direction he was escaping in was the rear wing of the blood wolves, and wouldn't attract the attention of the blood wolves. As for herself, because of a coincidence, she had become Zhao Jian's plaything for a few days. Seeing that they were about to enter the Yulon Prairie, and would be leaving in a few days, how could Zhao Jian allow someone who knew about the entire process to live? Even if this person was extremely in love with him, and might even be his intimate lover, who would never tell anyone about it. Xiaozai was completely disheartened. She didn't even try to dodge Zhao Jian's palm strike that was aimed at her chest. Zhao Jian's move was a feint, and when he got close, he realized that he had increased the strength of his palm strike. He wanted to kill Xiaozai on the spot, but with the strength of his palm strike, Xiaozai was sent flying off the cliff. Seeing that Xiaozai had been struck by his own palm strike, he knew that she wouldn't be able to survive. Furthermore, she had fallen off the cliff, so it was even more impossible for her to survive. Zhao Jian couldn't find a corpse at the bottom of the mountain, and left the valley with peace of mind. Even if Xiaozai didn't die, she wouldn't be able to cross the entire Yulon Prairie. However, Xiaozai was lucky. When the palm strike struck her, the strength of the reverse blood corrosion essence was still present and neutralized some of the palm strike. When she fell off the cliff, she was similarly caught by a tree branch at the bottom of the cliff. After waiting for half a day for the mountain wind to blow again, she fell down again. At this moment, the bones in her arms and legs were all broken. Xiaozai actually relied on her anger and desire to live to crawl forward, until she was eaten by jackdaws before she fainted. Xiaozai naturally didn't know what happened after that. When she woke up, she was already at Lingering Fragrance Peak. Just as Xiaozai's voice fell, the sound of clapping could be heard amidst the sighs of the Misty Hall's disciples. Moreover, a voice of praise could be heard. "Good story, good plot." When everyone looked over, it was Zhao Jian who was a little panicked just now. Zhao Jian laughed and said, "Senior Sister Xia, I'll call you that for now. Since Vice Hall Master Qin and Junior Sister Chen both said that you're real, I'll also believe that you're real. I don't know how you escaped, but you're slandering me and using my character to make up stories about me. How are you still the senior sister Xia that I've always respected? I don't know how I've offended you in the past. Or was it because I commanded you too much during the Yulon Prairie evening refinement that you felt that it affected your status? That's why you're telling such a ridiculous story. Xia Zai said angrily. Zhao Jian, you're a heartless and ungrateful villain. Why don't you tell me how I'm fake? How can I use my own innocence to frame others? Calm. There are more chapters. Chapter 724. Zhao Jian shrugged his shoulders and said, That's hard to say. Although I didn't see you like this. But seeing Vice Hall Master Qin's shocked expression, do you think anyone would still care about your innocence? If you can use it to do something, then it's still possible. Zhao Jian, the masked Chen berated. What nonsense are you talking about? Even now, you still won't admit your guilt? Zhao Jian cupped his hands and said, Sir Envoy, what Marshal Uncle Wen said just now is extremely right. If you want to condemn someone, why worry about the pretext? If you want to pin a crime on me, then I can't do anything about it. But think about it. These dozens of people are all disciples of my Misty Hall. We have lived together for more than 10 years, and are brothers who have gone through life and death together. What use do I have for their lives? Zhong Pei, who was sitting by the side, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. His eyes were wandering, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Zhong Pei. The masked Chen shout gave Zhong Pei a fright. He immediately jumped up from his chair and cupped his hands. Envoy Chen, speak, did you instigate this matter? The masked Chen asked. Sir Sect Leader has already made it clear that as long as you speak, you will be pardoned. Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting at the bottom, heard this and couldn't help but feel a little angry. Dozens of lives. Just because the mastermind is an inner disciple of the lingering fragrance peak, Sir Sect Leader will not pursue this matter. I think the matter of my second brother will not continue. Hehe, since this matter has been made known to this Xiaoxia, how can I not give justice to the disciples of the Misty Hall? But Zhong Pei gave a bitter laugh and said, reporting to Sir Chen, before I entered the valley, I did indeed have some instructions. This orchid twilight refinement is the most dangerous, and I allowed him to take the opportunity to get rid of a few disciples who were usually disobedient and a threat to him. Anyway, it's normal for people to die in the orchid twilight refinement, and it's not normal if they don't die. No one will pursue this matter, and this strategy is also in line with cough cough, but I have never asked him to leave dozens of disciples in the valley. There are also a few disciples that I have nurtured. However, this lowly one understands Zhao Jian's intentions. The masked Chen thought for a while and asked, Is Zhao Jian the same as you? Does he want to make a big deal out of this? Anyway, he has been instructed by you. If he succeeds, he will have made the greatest contribution. Moreover, there will be no other disciple in the Misty Hall who can compete with him, no matter if it is, or if it is cultivated by you. Zhong Pei smiled bitterly again. That's probably the case. It's just that this bastard is really generous. I didn't expect him to be so ambitious. Moreover, thousands of people died in the beast tide, so I didn't expect him to be the culprit. It's my fault. Let's return to lingering fragrance peak. No need. The masked Chen waved his hand and said, His Excellency Sect Master said that as long as you admit it, he won't pursue the matter. Besides, you didn't instigate it, so there's no need to mention it. Then he said to Zhao Jian, How is it? Since your backer has said so, can you still not admit it? Zhao Jian looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha, Envoy Chen. You have said so much, but it is all empty talk. Do you have any evidence? Just based on this woman who we don't even know if she is a human or a ghost. To be honest, I even doubt if she is senior sister Xia. I know that our cult of fragrance has always emphasized on evidence and fairness. How can I be convinced by your story? How can I explain this to all the disciples of the cult of fragrance? How can I explain this to the wise and mighty sect master? You can only force a confession and smear the name of the sect master. You. The masked Chen saw that Zhao Jian was stubbornly resisting. Even if he did not confess, he was furious. The entire Misty Hall was silent. Zhang Xiaohua was furious. This bastard is really too shameless. Didn't he know that he could use the bewitching finger? He had never used it before, so he might as well use it on this despicable thing. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to stand up, he saw that although the masked Chen Chun was angry, he was still sitting there calmly. He couldn't help but think, from Zhao Jian's tone, it seems like he's already going soft. He's actually placing his hopes on the so-called evidence, on the so-called wisdom of the sect master. But, just based on the decree that Chen Chun passed down earlier, Zhong Pei didn't even have a chance to refute it. How could the sect master possibly be fair? Even Zhong Pei of the inner sect was like this, let alone the lowly Zhao Jian. Everything just now was just an act by Chen Chun. What about now? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but think to herself, this girl is really bored. Just as Zhang Xiaohua gave herself a thumbs up for her own cleverness, and gave the masked Chen Chun a thumbs up, a hoarse voice sounded. Junior brother Zhao, could it be that you have forgotten our intimate relationship? How can I not know that you have 6 fingers on your left foot? The disciples in the hall were stunned. Even they did not know that senior brother Zhao Jian had such a secret. It seemed that what Xiazai said was true, but Zhao Jian's expression did not change. He laughed and said, I didn't expect senior sister Xia to still admire me. You even found out about my secret. Although there might not be any disciples in Shirxin Peak who know about the 6 fingers, there were a few senior brothers who knew about it when we were in Ethereal Mountain Villa. Haha, senior sister Xia actually had feelings for me at that time. Why didn't you say so earlier? Then, junior brother Zhao, what about the small mole on your thigh? The hoarse voice was still calm. This, Zhao Jian's expression changed drastically. For both men and women, the mole was the most secretive part of their bodies. Other than their parents, and those who had physical contact with them, no one else knew about it. Since Xiazai had mentioned this mole, it naturally proved that she had physical contact with Zhao Jian. And since they had physical contact with each other, everything she said was naturally true. At this moment the hoarse voice sounded again. What? My junior martial brother Zhao, you didn't think of it, did you? Although the woman beneath you was already in a state of delirium, she still touched your entire body while you were enjoying yourself. I reckon that even you didn't know that you had a tiny mole the size of a grain of rice on your thigh. Xiazai was right. When they were doing it, Zhao Jian only felt that Xiazai's hand was abnormally comfortable, although she deliberately avoided some places. How could she remember when she was in a state of delirium? Especially such a sensitive place. Moreover, the thigh was hidden. Who would notice it? To be honest, even Zhao Jian himself did not know that he had a small mole on his thigh. If it was not in front of others, he would want to touch it himself. It was probably impossible for him to see it. Instantly, all the male disciples in the Misty Palace looked at Zhao Jian's crotch in unison. Even Zhang Xiaohua was no exception. Zhao Jian immediately felt it and couldn't help but block it with his hand. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to release her divine sense. But thinking about how secretive that place was, Zhang Xiaohua looked up and rolled her eyes. Please, am I Xiaoxia so wretched? Of course, Zhang Xiaohua still looked expectantly at the masked Chen Chun, who was sitting at the head of the table. He hoped that she would give the order to take off Zhao Jian's pants and verify his identity. After all, peeping alone was vulgar, but everyone was curious. Unfortunately, Chen Chen's face was covered by a veil. Zhang Xiaohua could not see if she lowered her shy face like the other female disciples, and did not know her current mood. Well, Zhang Xiaohua still overestimated Chen Chen's curiosity. How could Chen Chun, who was in her 20s, sit still and do nothing? The masked Chen Chun shouted. Zhao Jian, let me ask you, what is the first rule of the incense cult? Hearing this, Zhao Jian's face turned ashen, and he did not dare to answer. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He really did not know what the first rule of the Xiangism was. Chen Chun sneered. I'm afraid you don't dare to say it. Those who betray you will be punished. You have long forgotten the first rule of the Xiangism. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart. It was indeed the Xiangism. If you hurt a brother, you would only be killed. But if you betrayed your heart, you would be punished. This was really unreasonable. Lord Hierarch said that if you set up such a trap to kill all your opponents for the sake of fame and fortune, then you can be considered an ambitious and ruthless person. Seeing that you're a talent, it's not necessarily impossible to pardon you. But you betrayed her and even wanted to kill her. If the heavens did not let her be saved by Zhang Xiaohu, then wouldn't the leader have made a big mistake? Then, she stood up from the chair and took out the jade talisman. She said seriously, "The leader has decreed that Zhao Jian betrayed her heart and killed her. He will be executed immediately." Ah! Everyone in the hall was surprised. They knew that Zhao Jian was going to die, but they did not expect that he would die in such a way. However, although everyone was surprised, they did not have the slightest bit of pity in their hearts. Even Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel sorry for this sect master, whom he had never met before. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua already knew the whole story. He knew that Zhao Jian was the main culprit who harmed his second brother. He had long since drawn a red cross on Zhao Jian's face in his heart, and the leader's execution made him feel great. When Zhao Jian heard this, his face, which was originally calm, immediately turned pale. He rushed to Zhong Pei's feet and hugged his legs. He howled, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, you have to help me. This little one only followed your instructions and did these things. This happened you." Zhong Pei was furious and kicked Zhao Jian away. He scolded, "You dog slave. I only gave you a straw, but you used it as a banner. You have such great ability. How can I give you instructions?" Zhao Jian, who had been kicked to the ground, came to Xia Zai's side. As though he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw, he held onto her hand and said, "Senior Sister Xia, I was possessed for a moment. You must remember my kindness and plead with the sect leader. I will serve you for the rest of my life and treat you well. Really, I will love you just like in the Yulon Grand Canyon." Then, there was a cry of surprise. Chapter 725. Zhao Jian's hand grabbed Xia Zai's left arm. In a moment of desperation, how could he still control his strength? With just a stretch of his hand, he took out Xia Zai's left hand that was hidden in her sleeve. What he touched was not the smooth and soft hand that he had imagined. Instead, it was like an ice-cold thin bamboo. When he took a closer look, he realized that what he was holding in his hand was a white bone that did not have a single bit of good flesh. It wasn't neat to begin with, and with this grab, it was a mess of flesh and blood. This immediately frightened Zhao Jian, and he cried out in shock. At this moment, Xia Zai, who was lying on her back, lifted her veil and revealed her skeleton-like face to Zhao Jian. After Zhao Jian exclaimed in shock, he immediately let go of Xia Zai's hand and took a few steps back with the force of his feet. Just as he took a step back, Zhao Jian came to his senses and was about to take another step forward when he heard Xia Zai's cold laughter. "Junior brother Zhao, after seeing me like this, you still dare to sleep beside me at night? Aren't you afraid that I will strangle your neck with my cold hands?" Zhao Jian naturally hesitated. At this moment he heard the masked Chen Chen shout, "Where are the disciplinary disciples? Take this heartless man down and kill him by 1,000 cuts. Feed his flesh to the stray dogs." Just as he finished speaking, two of the inner disciples that Chen Chen had brought with him stepped out and walked toward Zhao Jian. When Zhao Jian saw them, he knew that there was no hope, and he was about to make a final struggle. However, the moment he moved, the disciplinary disciples' fingers were already in front of Zhao Jian's eyes. Before Zhao Jian could make a move, all of his major acupoints were sealed. Then, the two of them skillfully grabbed one arm each and dragged Zhao Jian out of the ethereal hall. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, save me. Senior Sister Xia, I was wrong. I will accompany you forever. Lord Chen, save me." In the end he said, "Junior brother Zhang, say something. Think about our brotherhood back then." It was a classic case of begging for help at the brink of death. Zhao Jian's voice didn't stop even after he was outside. First he begged for help, then he cursed, and finally, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. The masked Chen Chen looked at the disciples in the misty palace and said with a smile, "Are you interested in seeing this guy's miserable state?" However, the hall was completely silent. No one made a sound. Zhang Xiaohua was extremely anxious. This was the legendary death by 1,000 cuts. They had to take a look and broaden their horizons. Moreover, this Zhao Jian had harmed her second brother heavily. Seeing his miserable state could be considered as venting their anger. It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense was only 10 feet long at this time. Otherwise, she would have already released it. After the time it took to eat a meal, Zhao Jian's howls gradually became softer. It was obvious that he had run out of strength. The masked Chen opened his mouth and said, "Our sect's punishment of death by 1,000 cuts is usually carried out for 3 days and 3 nights. We have to let the victim taste all kinds of pain before he dies. However, this is Shirxin Peak, so we'll keep it simple, and only let this guy have a little advantage. All of you male disciples go out and take a look. Remember the consequences of being unfaithful." Then he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Ren Xiaoyao, you go and take a look too." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and deliberately asked, "Lord Chen, do I have to go too?" "Yes, you have to take a look." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She couldn't help but ask, "Why? If I tell you to go, then go. How dare you disobey my orders?" Chen didn't explain at all. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips. She got up and followed the male disciples to the open space in front of the Misty Palace. In the middle of the open space was a thick wooden stake, and Zhao Jian was tied up on it. His entire body was drenched in blood, and even his face was covered in flesh and blood. He could no longer be seen as a human. At this moment, Zhao Jian was already out of breath, and he groaned in a low voice, Senior, brothers, please give me a quick death, please." The 2 law enforcement disciples turned a deaf ear to his pleas. The 2 sharp knives in their hands continuously cut off pieces of flesh from Zhao Jian's body. Zhang Xiaohua was curious at first, but after a few glances, she couldn't help feeling disgusted. A person could only die with his head on the ground. This kind of torture was indeed against the heavens. But when she thought about what Zhao Jian had done, Zhang Xiaohua could only sigh. It's not that the time isn't up. When the time is up, the pain inflicted on others will be returned 1,000 times. It was unknown whether it was due to Zhao Jian's tenacity, or the lingering Fragrance Peak's law enforcement disciples' special methods. But after another hour, Zhao Jian's flesh was completely shaved off, revealing his eerie white bones. Only then did Zhao Jian gradually stop breathing amidst his miserable groans. Not only Zhang Xiaohua, but the other male disciples of the Misty Hall were also pale. Their breathing was rapid, and their foreheads were slightly sweaty. It seemed that they had been taught a good lesson. They no longer dared to do such things in the incense cult, such as liking the new and hating the old. Seeing that Zhao Jian had died, the 2 law enforcement disciples found something from the side, and cleaned up his remains and the flesh on the ground. They took it outside, presumably to find the wild dog. However, in the cult of fragrance, this wild dog might not be easy to find. It was unknown how the 2 of them completed Chen's instructions. Zhang Xiaohua and the other male disciples returned to the Misty Hall. They were still standing or sitting, waiting for Chen to speak. Chen looked around and cleared his throat. "Well, since Zhao Jian has been executed, this envoy has successfully completed 2 of the 3 things that I came here for." Everyone stared blankly for a moment, their hearts thumping wildly as they searched their minds for any heartless actions they might have done. At this time, Chen said slowly, "The ancients said, good people don't live long, bad people live for 100 years. However, now that the bad people are dead, our good people are still living very well. Yes, although there are some injuries. Well, back to the topic, the bad people have been punished. What's next? Will the good people be rewarded?" That tone, that method of arousing people's curiosity, it was really comparable to the storytellers in the tea house. Well, perhaps Chen had learned it from them. Seeing that everyone's eyes were shining, Chen was very happy. He waved his hand again, and a girl behind him came up and handed Chen a brocade box. Chen took it and walked to Zhang Xiaohu. "Zhang Xiaohu, the hierarch has heard of your deeds and is very pleased. Your martial arts are not high, but you care about your senior sisters and junior sisters. Even if you don't sacrifice your own life, you still want to keep them safe. You are a role model for all the male disciples of the cult of fragrance. If you don't reward people like you, how can you convince the others? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously touched his nose and secretly said, Isn't this talking about Xiaoxia? Unfortunately, in his story, Zhang Xiaohu was the protagonist. He was the little medicine boy of the Tuodan Hall, who was saved by Zhang Xiaohu. Chen continued, Not only did you save your own disciple of the Misty Hall, but you also saved other disciples along the way. Although Xia Zai is a disciple of the Misty Hall, you didn't know it when you saved her. You have always treated her as an inner disciple. It shows that in your heart, no matter which peak the disciples are from, they are all your brothers and sisters, and you treat them equally. This really shows that you are kind and broad-minded. You are a disciple worthy of training in the cult of fragrance. Therefore, His Excellency the cult leader has decreed that he will give you a copy of the Suhuan Heart Sutra and 3 Suhuan pills to help you improve your internal strength and have stronger martial arts. He will also carry forward the tradition of mutual help and friendship among the disciples of the cult of fragrance. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was overjoyed. His second brother's torture for the past 10 days had not been in vain. Even the fragrant religion's lord had personally bestowed him a pill. Although Zhang Xiaohua had never heard of this plain pill before, he was sure that it was a pill that could increase one's cultivation. As for the plain aura cultivation method, it was probably not much worse than the ethereal divine art. However, when these things were placed in front of Zhang Xiaohu's eyes, they did not arouse any gratitude from Zhang Xiaohu. Wasn't this nonsense? His internal strength had been crippled by Zhao Jian. Even if he took these pills and skills, what use would it be? The masked Chen saw Zhang Xiaohu's incomparably clear eyes and couldn't help but think to himself, I admire him. He really is a direct disciple of the Misty School. If he hadn't practiced the secret skills of the Misty School, how could he not be tempted by these things? His Excellency the cult leader is truly wise. Thus he said to Chen, your senior brother Zhang's hands and feet are inconvenient. You take them for him first. Yang Ruping, who was sitting below Chen, had a drastic change in expression when she heard that the cult leader had bestowed the pills and the Suhuan Heart Sutra. When she heard that Chen was to take them, she couldn't help but stand up and say, Envoy Chen, please wait. The masked Chen revealed a knowing smile. He turned around and asked, Hall Master Yang, do you have any objections to the cult leader's decree? Yang Ruping shook her head and said, This disciple doesn't dare to question the cult leader's decree. It's just that. I want to ask Envoy Chen these Heart Sutra and pills. Are they mistaken? The masked Chen smiled and said, When this envoy came down from the Lingxiang Peak, I personally went to the pill room and the skill room to take these things. How can they be wrong? This, Yang Ruping pondered for a moment and said while gritting her teeth, But the cult leader is wise. Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple of the Misty School, and his teacher is Wenhai. He practices the ethereal skill, a secret mental cultivation method of the Misty School, and he has already succeeded in it. This internal strength mental cultivation method is the hard yang one, while the Suhuan mental cultivation method is the soft yin one, which is the internal strength mental cultivation method practiced by the female disciples of the school. If Zhang Xiaohu didn't practice the ethereal skill, he could practice the Suhuan mental cultivation method, which is a gift from the cult leader. But now, if he practices the Suhuan mental cultivation method, isn't it like pouring water on the fire? It's very easy to go mad. Hearing this, Wenhai's expression suddenly changed. The other disciples' envy also turned into sympathy. Yes, the masters in Jianghu all practiced one kind of hard yang or soft yin internal strength. Few people practiced both at the same time. Although there were very few people who practiced both at the same time, very few people succeeded. These people were all rare geniuses in Jianghu. Was Zhang Xiaohu such a genius? Absolutely not. He started practicing internal strength at the age of 18. If he practiced 2 completely different kinds of internal strength mental cultivation methods at the same time, he would definitely go mad. Chapter 726. Hearing Yang Ruping's question, The masked Qinshan smiled and said, Hall Master Yang's doubts have already been considered by Lord Sect Leader. This Zhang Xiaohu has only cultivated the ethereal divine art for 4 to 5 years, and is only at the entry level. Even if he cultivates for another 30 to 50 years, it is still impossible for him to reach the peak. However, if he cultivates the Yuhuan mantra, with the help of the Yuhuan pill, he can definitely reach the next level in a short period of time. It is also possible for him to reach the peak of the Yuhuan mantra within 20 years. But Yang Ruping still wanted to continue, but she was stopped by the masked Qinshan. Qinshan said coldly, Hall Master Yang, I respect you as my senior sister, so I have always answered your questions. But don't you think it's disrespectful to His Excellency when you keep questioning me when I'm passing on the decree of His Excellency? If it was anyone else, this envoy would have already taken them down. Thus, I ask Hall Master Yang to sit down quietly. It won't be too late to continue after the decree is passed on. Yang Ruping's face darkened, and she lowered her head and returned to her seat. Seeing that when Wenhai was about to stand up, the masked Qinshan immediately said, Hero Zhang Xiaohu, you should also sit down. This is merely a gift from Lord Sect Leader to Zhang Xiaohu. There is no need to implicate too many people. It is better for him to choose what is more important and what is less important. After speaking, she handed the brocade box to Qinshan. Qinshan quickly looked at Zhang Xiaohu. What choice did Zhang Xiaohu have? In his heart, he was just a cripple. What ethereal divine art, what Yuhuan mantra, they had nothing to do with him. Since it was a gift from Lord Sect Leader, it was fine for him to take it. Perhaps he could leave it for Chang'e to use in the future. Thus, he didn't need to think too much and nodded slightly. Very good. The masked Qinshan smiled and casually handed the brocade box to Qinshan. She turned around and sat back in her seat. Then he looked at Yang Ruping and said with a smile, Hall Master Yang, this envoy has completed the 3 tasks ordered by Sir Religion Master. If Hall Master Yang has any questions, you can ask them now. Then he changed the topic and said, However, before we came, Lord Sect Leader had already instructed us that the foundation of Zhang Xiaohu's misty divine art is very shallow. Moreover, it conflicts with the Su Huan Heart Sutra, so we might as well dissolve the inner strength that he had cultivated in the past. This, Yang Ruping and Wenhai were both shocked. However, Qinshan waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I've already checked his meridians just now. There's no internal energy in his meridians. Only some of the cinnabar fruit's medicinal effects are still there. This saves me a lot of effort. Then he cast a sideways glance at Zhong Pei and said, This might be a good deed done by some people. However, now it has helped Zhang Xiaohu. He can directly cultivate the Suhuan heart technique. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu was greatly shocked. That day, Zhao Jian's palm had indeed hit his dantian. Zhao Jian had even checked it. How could the envoy of lingering fragrance peak not notice it now? However, if Zhao Jian's palm had no effect, where did his decades of internal energy go? At this time, he heard the masked Qinshan say, In addition, Sir Religion Master knows that Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple of the original Misty School. Considering that the cultivation method of the Misty School is not bad, he gave extra grace and agreed that Zhang Xiaohu can also cultivate the misty divine art in addition to cultivating the Suhuan heart technique. Although these words were dignified, the meaning was clear. That was, Zhang Xiaohu must first cultivate the Suhuan heart technique before he can cultivate the misty divine art, as long as he is not afraid of Qigong deviation. Alas, Yang Ruping and Wenhai both sighed in their hearts. The situation was stronger than the person. Since they were under the roof of the fragrance cult, it was impossible for them to not listen to Sir Religion Master's orders. They could only cup their hands and say, Thank you, Sir Religion Master, for your grace. Good, good, good. The masked Qinshan clapped his hands and said, Since everyone is very happy, this envoy's trip can be considered to have ended satisfactorily. Then, he glanced at Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting at the end of the table, and said to Yang Ruping, Master Yang, Ren Xiaorao of the Pill Expanding Hall was saved by Zhang Xiaohu of the Misty Hall. And he also helped Xiazai of the Misty Hall to set her bones and heal her wounds. Now he is a disciple on duty in the pill-expanding hall of the Misty Hall. It is estimated that there will be a long time in the future. I hope you won't be too harsh on him for the sake of the monk. This kind of thing was really insignificant to Yang Ruping. Moreover, the Misty Hall had changed a lot at this time. So how could she care about this? She nodded naturally and said yes. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly went forward to greet Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin again, and thanked Qinshen. At this time, the masked Qinshen said to Qinshen, "Qinshen, come here." Qinshen was puzzled. She looked at Chang'e and walked to the masked Qinshen. The masked Qinshen carefully looked up and down for a while and said with a smile, "What a lovely child. You almost died under the trap of Zhao Jian." After that, she took out a jade pendant and threw it to Qinshen. Qinshen took it and heard the masked Qinshen say with a smile, "Well, I know you now. Qinshen, if you are bullied in the fragrance cult in the future, you can tell them my name. I guarantee that no one will dare to take advantage of you." Qinshen was stunned and turned to look at Chang'e. Seeing Chang'e nod, she said softly, "I just don't know. Sister's name is..." This sister was really forced. It was even more awkward than Zhang Xiaohua that day. The masked Qinshen seemed to have guessed the answer to the riddle, and was in a very good mood. He laughed and said, "Although it's not easy for others to remember my sister's name, it's really easy for you to remember." Zhang Xiaohua, who knew the details, couldn't help curling her lips secretly and still sneered. Qinshen said softly, "Then, sister, please tell me." "Qinshen." The masked Qinshen said, "Yes, Lord Messenger, please tell me." "Qinshen." The masked Qinshen still said. Qinshen was a little embarrassed and said, "Yes, Qinshen is here. Lord Messenger, please tell me." The masked Qinshen suppressed the smile in her heart and said, "Qinshen." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but chuckle and whisper, "Junior sister Chen, the messenger of the fragrance peak is also called Qinshen." "Ah?" Qinshen exclaimed and revealed many small canine teeth in her mouth. The masked Qinshen smiled and took her hand, saying, "Qinshen, in the future, you will be protected by Qinshen in the fragrance cult." Qinshen was also happy and bowed. "Thank you, sister Qinshen." "Ha ha ha." The masked Qinshen turned to Yang Ruping and said with a smile, "Well, I have finished my mission, and there are many things to do in the Misty Hall. I won't disturb Master Yang." Yang Ruping pretended that she couldn't persuade Qinshen to stay, so she led the disciples to send Qinshen to the fragrance peak. As the representative of the pill-expanding hall, Zhang Xiaohua was also lucky to be there. When they were about to leave, Qinshen called Zhang Xiaohua to her and asked in a low voice, "Ren Xiaoyao, let me ask you, are there any secret marks on your body?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked confusedly, "I don't think so. What's wrong?" Qinshen smiled mysteriously and said, "You have held my hand and got married. Have you been touched all over your body? If you have any other thoughts, you'd better check your entire body first. If there are any hidden marks that you don't know about, you'd better get rid of them as soon as possible. Don't wait for others to come knocking on your door. You'd be at a complete loss." Zhang Xiaohua fell off the horse with a plop. Qinshen laughed and went down Shixin Peak. When Qinshen and his group were halfway down, a figure appeared between the rocks not far away. It was Zhang Xiaohua, who had found an excuse to follow them down. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dispirited Zhong Pei, who was riding a horse with his head drooped. In the Misty Hall, when Zhang Xiaohua saw her second brother being tortured to extort a confession, she wanted to kill him. Only Qinshen of the Fragrant Peak acted swiftly and decisively. He even alienated the disciples of the Misty Hall and made it watertight. There was no chance for him to vent his anger on Zhang Xiaohua. Although Zhang Xiaohua was slightly relieved by Zhao Jian's death, Lingxiang Peak prioritized the inner disciples and did not directly pursue Zhong Pei. This made Zhang Xiaohua very unhappy, so she found an excuse to go down the mountain to find trouble with Zhong Pei. Unfortunately, Zhong Pei was among the inner disciples and was not far behind Qinshen. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was more than 10 feet, and the flying sword could not reach him. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua cast a spell and directly went to the feet of the inner disciples. She took out her small sword and was ready to kill. At this time, she heard Chen call out, "Zhong Pei, come over here." "Envoy Chen, what's the matter?" Zhong Pei naturally urged his horse forward. "Envoy Chen." These words immediately awakened Zhang Xiaohua. Chen was now the envoy of Lingxiang Peak. She had rashly killed Zhong Pei at Shixin Peak. Although it was true that she wanted to vent her anger, but this time, she had implicated the entire Misty Hall. Even Chen, the inner disciple's envoy, might be implicated. Moreover, he might be able to hide his face, but his figure could be clearly seen in broad daylight. No matter how incompetent Chen of Lingering Fragrance Peak was, it was impossible for him not to discover that the person who had ambushed him was him. In this way, he was likely to be investigated. Needless to say, the matter of Deputy Hall Master Su would also be exposed. Following that, Yang Yao and Rejuvenation Valley would most likely be in a bad situation. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, and secretly gritted her teeth. She returned to the mountain rocks, and looked at the group of inner disciples who were gradually disappearing. She fiercely said, "Old dog Zhong, you have escaped today. But don't worry, I Xiaoxia will definitely take revenge. Hehe, isn't it just Lingxiang Peak? After I have cured my second brother's injury, I will definitely go and find you." With that, she punched the huge crouching ox rock beside her. With a loud explosion, it was smashed into pieces. In the distance, the inner disciples seemed to have heard the sound and vaguely looked over. That Zhang Xiaohua had already escaped. Where was her human form? It was already late at night. In a lonely small courtyard near the cliff of Shixin Peak, a tall and thin figure was standing in the middle of the courtyard. She stood with her hands behind her back and silently watched everything in the night. This person was Zhang Xiaohua, the disciple on duty of the pill-expanding hall. After she failed to kill Zhong Pei, she returned to the Misty Hall. Aunt Qin had already arranged for the disciple in charge to wait beside her and make a good place for Zhang Xiaohua. Because of Chen's instructions to Yang Ruping and the familiarity between Zhang Xiaohua and Chen, the disciple of the Misty Hall did not dare to neglect her. However, the residence of the disciple on duty of the pill-expanding hall was far from the Misty Hall. It was impossible for the Misty Hall to move the residence of the pill-expanding hall to the left of the Misty Hall, just for Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, looking at the apologetic expression of the disciple of the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohua felt gratified for a while. After the disciple of the Misty Hall left, Zhang Xiaohua brought her big black horse and David's deer in. After a few days of getting along, Huan had somewhat adapted to the aura of Little Black and Little Yellow. Occasionally, she could get close to them. At this time, she was led by Zhang Xiaohua and did not feel panic. This was a very tidy little courtyard. There were 2 entrances and 2 exits, and there were a few small rooms. Zhang Xiaohua looked around carefully, and there was nothing that was out of the ordinary. Hence, he randomly picked one of the rooms to be his room, and threw some of his belongings inside. She should have checked the situation around the small courtyard at this time. However, it was late at night, and it was difficult to see clearly. Besides, Zhang Xiaohua was seriously injured. Although Zhang Xiaohua had checked with her divine sense in the Misty Hall, she did not have a real diagnosis after all, so she was not at ease. Moreover, Chen said that there was no internal force in his meridians, which made Zhang Xiaohua even more depressed. When they parted a few days ago, he just had more than 20 years' worth of internal force. How could there be no internal force in such a short time? Others might not know, but Zhang Xiaohua was very clear about it. He immediately felt that there was something fishy going on, but whether it was Zhong Pei or Zhao Jian, he was not sure. He could only find out if he went to Zhang Xiaohu and asked him personally. However, Zhang Xiaohu had just been released from the dungeon and was seriously injured. There should be many disciples around, and she did not know if it would be inconvenient to visit him now. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua stood in the courtyard and thought about whether she should visit second brother. After thinking for a while and looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua finally made up her mind. She cast a spell and went underground, heading straight to the Misty Hall in the day. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the side of the Misty Hall. At this time, the Misty Hall was still brightly lit. Many things had happened during the day and Yang Ruping and the others were probably still discussing what to do after Zhong Pei left. Zhang Xiaohua sneaked into the misty hall and revealed herself in an inconspicuous corner. At this time, the candles in the misty hall were flickering. There were no Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Qinshen, but only Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and wanted to escape, but she heard Yang Ruping say, "Deputy Hall Master Qin. Today in the misty hall, Zhang Xiaohu's behavior was a little abnormal. I think." When he said this, he stopped. Aunt Qin asked, "Hall Master Yang, if you have something to say, please say it." Vice Hall Master Qin, don't you think that Zhang Xiaohu didn't decline at all and directly accepted the Su Huan Heart Sutra? Is it because he wants to accept Sir Hierarch's goodwill and let the Misty School? Chapter 727. Hearing Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin talking about her second brother, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but stop. Aunt Qin said apologetically, "Hall Master, I'm not too familiar with Zhang Xiaohu. You also know that he joined the Misty Heights before the Misty School was destroyed. It was Master O's sister who recommended him. His background should be clean, otherwise, Wenhai wouldn't have taught him wholeheartedly. It's just that." She wanted to say something but stopped. Yang Ruping also smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that Deputy Hall Master Qin has the same concerns as me. Zhang Xiaohu doesn't have the ethereal divine art now. If he practices it again, it will be the cultivation method of the incense cult. Hall Master Qin doesn't know about the Suhuan mantra, but I know it very well. It's also a famous mantra of the incense cult. It's a big deal for sect leader to win over Zhang Xiaohu. He may not. Alas, it's more than may not. It's almost certain. Sect leader has decreed that Zhang Xiaohu must practice it. Since he has practiced the Suhuan mantra, he can't practice the ethereal divine art anymore. This Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple of the Misty School, but his internal strength is the mantra of the incense cult. It's a great irony." Aunt Qin's brows also furrowed as she said, "That's right. It wasn't easy to send Zhong Pei away. Not only is there a new Vice Hall Master coming in, I don't know what his character is like. This direct disciple who was originally quite pleasing to the eye was instantly roped in. However, sect leader is too blatant. Although Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple, but his martial arts can't catch up with Chang'e. Even Qinshen is a little inferior. The 4 carriages of licorice roots, saving the disciples of the Tuodan Hall, and Xiazai should be credited to Chang'e. But why did sect leader only reward Zhang Xiaohu, while Chang'e and Qinshen didn't get anything?" Yang Ruping giggled and said, "Vice Hall Master Qin, you also know to cry out for your disciple? Unfortunately, women are born to favor outsiders. Didn't you hear Chang'e and Qinshen say at the same time that it was Zhang Xiaohu's credit that they didn't contribute at all?" Alas! Hearing this, Aunt Qin sighed even more. "That's right. It's normal for Chang'e to say this. Qinshen actually said the same thing. Is it because she grew up with Chang'e?" However, looking at Lingering Fragrance piqued Qinshen's attitude toward Qinshen today. It's not without reason. Maybe it's the arrangement of Sir Sect Master. Aunt Qin asked curiously. If that's the case, only Chang'e didn't get the reward. Then why? Lord Hierarch's wisdom is as vast as the sea. How can we know? If we don't reward him, what can we as his disciples say? Aunt Qin probed again. Hall Master, could it be that Zhang Xiaohu can only practice the Suhuan mental cultivation method and can't practice the ethereal divine skill? If he can practice both, then our Misty School can be considered to have some relationship with him. Yang Ruping shook her head silently and said, "This Suhuan mental cultivation method is very wonderful. The disciples who practice it all have deep internal strength, and it lasts for a long time. No matter what kind of martial arts they use it to perform, they get twice the result with half the effort. Even the ethereal divine skill can't compare to it. Therefore, even if Zhang Xiaohu doesn't practice the ethereal divine skill, he can still use the Suhuan mental cultivation method to perform the martial arts of the Misty School. The Suhuan mental cultivation method is extremely soft and can't be mixed with the ethereal divine skill at all. Not to mention the genius of Jianghu. Even the inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak can't do it. Back then, Lingering Fragrance Peak also had an inner disciple with outstanding talent who wanted to walk the path of yin and yang dual cultivation. Unfortunately, it went smoothly at first, but when it reached the middle stage, there was no progress no matter what. After a few years, he suffered from qigong deviation and died. From then on, no disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak took this path. However, Yang Ruping frowned and said with a smile, "There is a legend in Lingering Fragrance Peak that there is an immortal pill that can harmonize yin and yang, allowing the Suhuan mental cultivation method to be practiced together with other martial arts. The name of this immortal pill hasn't been passed down, so us inner disciples don't know about it. How can you believe the things in legends?" Aunt Chin said with a smile. "However, there are many legends in your Lingering Fragrance Peak. We've been at Shixin Peak for many years and have heard many of these magical stories." Yang Ruping hesitated for a moment. Actually, they might not all be fake. Aunt Chin didn't think so and said with a smile, "If that's the case, then we have to be prepared for Zhang Xiaohu's betrayal. He changed his path halfway, and his aptitude seems to be good. However, he also missed the best opportunity to practice internal strength. I reckon that the ethereal divine skill will also be abandoned by him." And that's right. There's no need to talk about this. Moreover, he's using the Suhuan mental cultivation method to help him practice the Suhuan mental cultivation method. Although he can quickly get started, his foundation isn't solid enough. It's impossible for his mental cultivation method to reach perfection, and he can't practice other martial arts. Then the two stopped talking about Zhang Xiaohu and talked about the matters in the hall. Zhang Xiaohua saw that there was nothing he was interested in and was about to leave when he heard Aunt Chin talking to Yang Ruping. "That's right, that Ren Xiaorao from the pill expansion hall today." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said inwardly, "Hehe, it's really worth it to come here. Let's see if Aunt Chin has discovered anything." He had a good impression of Aunt Chin. After all, she had helped him in Huanxi Mountain Manor. Alas, the people from the pill expansion hall came. Shiyu Hall and Qianquan Hall will probably send people here soon. Why can't our Misty Hall's disciples be fine? Yang Ruping didn't seem to understand the meaning of Aunt Chin's words and complained, "As a hall master, I'm also annoyed. It's just that there's no one in the Misty Hall who can replace me. I can't just watch my husband's old subordinates be broken up by Sir Hierarch. That's why I'm holding on." Aunt Chin heard and sighed. "Hall master, you've worked hard." Then she didn't mention Zhang Xiaohua again. Zhang Xiaohua hid in the dark and thought while rubbing his chin, "I guess Aunt Chin wants to tell Hall master about me. She might already be suspicious. After all, my appearance hasn't changed much." But in the end, she didn't say anything. "I guess there's still some estrangement between us. And Aunt Chin seems to be partial to the Misty School. That's not bad." Presumably, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the patience to listen to the two discussing the affairs of the hall. She cast a spell and escaped. Then, she searched several places in the dark, but didn't find any trace of Zhang Xiaohu. Even when she eavesdropped on some disciples, they only talked about the heartless man during the day. They didn't mention Zhang Xiaohu, let alone his residence. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to search anymore and was about to return to her residence. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized something and slapped her forehead. "Oh, it seems that I've been so used to being a thief that I forgot that Zhang Xiaohu is Ren Xiaoyao's savior. I should just go and thank him openly. Why do I have to be so sneaky?" Shaking her head with a smile, Zhang Xiaohua returned to her residence. After a quiet night, when she woke up the next day, Zhang Xiaohua was still practicing the Fist of the North Star. Only then did she find that the Fist of the North Star had advanced to the second level. There were a total of 12 flows to temper the bones of the whole body. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. It seemed that the comprehension of the heavenly Tao was really useful. Even the bone tempering could improve. Seeing that the sky was bright, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of her residence and carefully observed the surrounding environment. The small courtyard of the pill expanding hall was extremely remote. There were no residences of the Misty Hall around it, only a medicinal field. It must have been set up by the Misty Hall to isolate the disciples on duty of the pill-expanding hall. In her mind, Zhang Xiaohua found that the qi of heaven and earth in the Shixin Peak was indeed somewhat different from that of the Tianmu Peak. No wonder the Shixin Peak was the richest peak in the pill-expanding hall. The Shixin Peak was extremely high. Zhang Xiaohua visually estimated the peak and felt that it was much higher than the Tianmu Peak. Most of the houses of the Misty Hall were also on the mountainside. However, there were not many flat places on the mountainside. Most of the time, the mountain rocks also blocked many courtyards. While she was looking, she saw a young disciple coming from afar. It was the disciple Du Feng who had sent Zhang Xiaohua here yesterday. Thinking that he was quite enthusiastic yesterday, Zhang Xiaohua went forward to greet him and cupped her hands, saying, "Senior Du woke up very early." Du Feng returned the greeting and said with a smile, "It's nothing, it's nothing. We martial artists are most particular about gathering qi. The rising sun is also a great opportunity to temper the internal qi. How can we miss it? Junior brother Ren, why did you also wake up so early?" In the past, the disciples on duty of the pill-expanding hall would only wake up late in the morning. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "I've also learned a little bit of martial arts. Master also told me to practice more." Du Feng was stunned and then understood. He said with a smile, "I was wondering why the pill-expanding hall sent junior brother Ren here. So that's why." Zhang Xiaohua saw that Du Feng was so straightforward and unconsciously had a good impression of him. She said, "Senior brother Du, do you also want to test my martial arts?" Du Feng heard her words and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. Yesterday, Master Yang had told me not to embarrass you. If I fight with you, won't I be looking for trouble? Well, senior brother has become a brother. I don't know if it's really straightforward, or for the sake of Chen Chen of the Lingxiang Peak." The purpose of Du Feng's visit was to tell Zhang Xiaohua about the environment and let her know something. They chatted for a while, and then talked about the pill-expanding hall. Yang Yao had told them about these things on the way to the Shixin Peak. Zhang Xiaohua just learned about it from Du Feng, and it didn't take long for them to finish. Therefore, Du Feng smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren is indeed smart. You understood what I said. You disciples on duty don't have anything to do. We don't have a good relationship with the previous disciples, so there's no need to mention it. If you are willing, you can look for me if you have any problems." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Thank you, senior brother Du, I'll definitely come to you for help." Then she asked about Du Feng's residence. Then she said with a smile, "By the way, senior brother Du, where does Zhang Xiaohu live? This little brother is indebted to him for saving my life." Seeing that he was seriously injured yesterday, this little brother still wants to take a look. Chapter 728. Zhang Xiaohu. Du Feng nodded. "He is a direct disciple of our Misty School and doesn't live with us. I can tell you where he lives, but..." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Is it inconvenient for me to visit him?" Du Feng smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid so." He then explained, "In the past, the disciples on duty of the pill-expanding hall lived around here, and in the herb field at Shixin Peak. We rarely visit our residence. I invited you because junior brother Ren and I are on good terms. Moreover, we are both disciples of the fragrant religion, and there is no harm in chatting with him. However, senior brother Ren is a direct disciple of the Misty School. I don't know if it is convenient for us to meet." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "I wonder if senior brother Du can meet with Hall Master Yang and tell him about this little brother's thoughts. I think it's not a big deal to take a look at our benefactor. Moreover, this little brother came from the Pill Expansion Hall and knows a little about Qi Huang. Helping Zhang Xiaohu take a look can be considered a bargain." Du Feng nodded slightly. "That is good. Our Misty Hall is good at everything, but we don't have anyone who knows about Qi Huang. We usually treat our own injuries. However, senior brother Zhang's injuries are a little serious. The hall was worried about him yesterday." He then pulled Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve and said, "Let's go. Junior brother Run, follow me. I will report to the hall master and see what she decides." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He followed Du Feng to the Misty Hall. Zhang Xiaohua didn't go in, but waited outside. Du Feng came out not long after he went in. He smiled and said, Hall Master has allowed it. Let's go. In the future, junior brother can go and find senior brother Zhang. Hall Master likes to repay kindness. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and followed Du Feng to Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard. Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard wasn't far from Wenhai's, but it was in a different direction. When Zhang Xiaohua approached the courtyard, she smelled a medicinal fragrance. Perhaps someone was brewing medicine inside. Du Feng walked to the door and knocked. A woman's voice was heard. Who is it? Du Feng was stunned and said respectfully, Senior Sister Chang'e, it is me. The courtyard door opened and Chang'e's haggard face appeared at the door. She asked softly, Du Feng? You. Before she finished her question, she saw Zhang Xiaohua who was standing at the bottom of the stairs. Her face lit up and smiled. Junior brother Ren, you are here too? Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, Senior Sister Chang'e, I saw that senior brother Zhang was seriously injured yesterday, and I have been thinking about him. Today, I asked senior brother, Du to bring me over to take a look at my benefactor's injuries. Du Feng smiled and said, Junior brother Ren is grateful to senior brother Zhang for saving his life. When we were at the medicinal field, he kept talking about it. I saw that he was impatient and asked for Hall Master Yang's permission. Hall Master Yang also agreed and said that I can come over often to take care of him. I hope that senior sister Chang'e can make things convenient for me. Chang'e had been looking forward to Zhang Xiaohua's visit for a long time. How could she say anything more now? However, she still had to say, Junior brother Ren, I have seen him in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Naturally, I know his character, but forget it. Since Hall Master Yang has agreed, what else do we as disciples have to do? Come in. Du Feng was overjoyed and said, Thank you, Senior Sister Chang'e. Zhang Xiaohua also cupped her hands and thanked her. This was a small courtyard. After entering, there were 3 connected rooms. Chang'e led the 2 of them into the hall. A young disciple came out holding a bowl of medicine. He frowned and said, Senior Sister Chang'e, this. Senior brother Zhang will vomit after eating this medicine. What should we do? Should we ask for the hall master's order and ask him to come to Lingxiang Peak? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she took a step forward and said, Senior Sister Chang'e, I have studied Qihuang for a few years. Can you let me take senior brother Zhang's pulse? Chang'e pretended to be happy and said, That's right. Senior Sister Xiao's broken bones were fixed by you. How could I forget? She then said, Wait for a moment in the outer hall. I will ask senior brother Zhang. After saying this, she went into the eastern room. After a moment she poked her head out and said, Junior brother Du, bring junior brother Ren in. When Zhang Xiaohua followed Du Feng into the eastern room, she was not in a hurry to see the layout and decorations of the room. Instead, she looked at Zhang Xiaohu, who was lying dispiritedly on the bed under the window. She saw Zhang Xiaohu's pale face. His eyes were sunken, and his lips were dry and peeling. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He nodded. Zhang Xiaohua hurried forward and cupped her hands and said, Benefactor Zhang, you still recognize me, right? Zhang Xiaohu's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. His eyes were also a bit bright as he nodded slightly. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him with her back facing everyone and said, I have learned Qihuang before. Now, I will take Benefactor's pulse and check your injuries. After he finished speaking, he took a few steps to the bed and picked up Zhang Xiaohu's wrist. He carefully felt his pulse. After a long while, he transferred his true energy to Zhang Xiaohu and checked his meridians. Then he frowned and thought for a moment. He smiled and said, I don't know if Benefactor trusts me. If you trust me, I will write a prescription for you. I wonder if Shirxin Peak has the herbs. When Chang'e saw Zhang Xiaohua's act, a smile appeared on her haggard face. She replied on behalf of Zhang Xiaohu, Junior brother Ren, feel free to write a prescription. Shirxin Peak has a lot of herbs. There are also some Qihuang herbs that are commonly used. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the table next to her and picked up the brush on it. She quickly wrote a prescription and handed it to Chang'e. Senior sister, please find some herbs according to this prescription and boil them for senior brother Zhang. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's confident look, Chang'e was also happy. But when she saw the writing on the white paper, that looked like a nest of crabs taking a stroll, she couldn't help but laugh. When the two disciples saw it, they couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Xiaohua had to lower her head and count the ants on the ground, pretending that she didn't see anything. Chang'e ordered the disciple to go out and find the herbs. She accompanied Du Feng and Zhang Xiaohua to talk in the hall. Then she heard Zhang Xiaohua ask, "Senior sister Chang'e, how is your arm?" Chang'e smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren's bone setting technique is really good. The bone seems to be a little sore and itchy. It should be healed soon." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and secretly said, "It takes 100 days to break a bone and tendon. How can it be healed so quickly?" However, she said, "It's because senior sister Chang'e recovered well. It has nothing to do with my medical skills." Du Feng also chatted with her for a while. Then he stood up and said, "Senior sister Chang'e, I still have things to do. I will come to see senior brother Zhang in the afternoon when I have time. You are injured, so you should rest more. Let the other junior brothers or junior sisters do these things." Chang'e smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Senior brother Zhang saved me. I just want to repay him. Junior brother Ren, I have to go back. Do you want to go with me? Or stay here?" Du Feng turned his head and asked, "I will wait for a while. After the medicine is boiled and senior brother Zhang takes it, I will see the effect." Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't leave. Therefore, Du Feng left first. After he left, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Senior sister Chang'e, am I very talented in singing?" Chang'e smiled and said, "Of course you are. Not only that, but you also have the potential to be a traveling doctor." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and shook her head. She said, "It's not potential. It's real." "No way." This time, it was Chang'e who was surprised. "You can set bones and plant herbs. It's okay. But you really know Qi Huang?" "Oh, senior sister Chang'e, you underestimate me. Do you think I only rely on elixirs to set your bones and save senior sister Xia? Well, I know you can do it. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go and see Xiaohu." As she said, she looked a little worried. Seeing Chang'e like this, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the east room and said, "Don't worry, senior sister Chang'e. Second brother is just seriously injured, which affects his body. His meridians and other parts are intact." Although she said so, how could Chang'e rest assured when she saw Zhang Xiaohu was seriously injured? She only accompanied Zhang Xiaohua into the room, but her eyebrows were still frowning. Zhang Xiaohua walked to Zhang Xiaohu's bed again and said with a smile, "Second brother, why are you so embarrassed every time I see you?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled with difficulty and didn't speak. Zhang Xiaohua looked back at Chang'e and said, "Senior sister Chang'e, I have to check second brother's injuries. You see." Chang'e didn't understand for a moment and blurted out, "You see, there are no outsiders now." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and secretly gave Zhang Xiaohu a thumbs up with her right hand. Zhang Xiaohu was very helpless and kept blinking. When Zhang Xiaohua lifted Zhang Xiaohu's quilt and took off his clothes, Chang'e understood what Zhang Xiaohua meant. She immediately blushed and ran out. Looking at Chang'e's back, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea. She got close to second brother's ear and said, "Second brother, you don't seem to have any secret marks on your body. If you do, tell me now. I will definitely help you." Zhang Xiaohu's mouth moved a few times. Zhang Xiaohua put her ear close and heard a word, "Ba." Although Zhang Xiaohua had already felt his pulse and knew his injuries, when she took off Zhang Xiaohu's clothes, she was so distressed that she almost cried. Zhang Xiaohu's whole body was covered with whip marks. Some were scarred, some were suppurated, and some were still oozing blood. Even his clothes were stuck. Zhang Xiaohua forced a smile and said, "Second brother, I don't know if you are afraid of pain. I have to cut off all the rotten flesh on your body." Seeing Zhang Xiaohu nod slightly, Zhang Xiaohua immersed her divine sense into her belt and took out a dozen jade boxes. She took out the herbs inside and said loudly, "Senior sister Chang'e." Chang'e answered and entered. At a glance, she saw Zhang Xiaohu lying naked on the bed. She was about to scold Zhang Xiaohua, but then she saw the whip marks on Zhang Xiaohu's body. She couldn't help crying and asked, "Xiaohua, what's the matter?" Zhang Xiaohua asked, Is there a big wooden tub for bathing? Chang'e was stunned and pointed to a small house in the yard. There should be some in there, right? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, well, I'll have to trouble Sister Chang'e to start the fire first. I want to give second brother a bath first. Chapter 729. Take a bath. Chang'e was stunned and asked, why do we need to take a bath at this time? Zhang Xiaohua said, second brother's body is full of whip marks. Because of the long time, his flesh has rotted. I want to cut off all the flesh. While I'm at it, I also want to wash his body with some medicinal herbs and apply some medicinal pills. Oh, I know. Chang'e nodded. What medicinal herbs do you need? Tell me and I'll go get them. Zhang Xiaohua pointed to the medicinal herbs on the table and said, I brought all these. You just need to start the fire. Looking at the dazzling array of medicinal herbs on the table, Chang'e was speechless. He didn't know how Zhang Xiaohua managed to get them. He could only smile and said, no problem. Although my arm is injured, it's not a problem to boil water. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked to the door without looking back. He said, Xiaohua, it's better to put your second brother under the quilt. Don't catch a cold. Hee, I know. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohu. She then covered him with the quilt. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu's pale face had a little bit of color. When Chang'e finished boiling the water, the disciple who went out to get the medicinal herbs came back. He set up a pot outside and started boiling the medicinal herbs. Since a disciple came back and Zhang Xiaohua wanted to wash Zhang Xiaohu's body with medicinal herbs, Chang'e naturally couldn't stay any longer. He gave some instructions and left first. Zhang Xiaohua tested the temperature of the water in the wooden barrel and threw different medicinal herbs inside. Not long after, the strong smell of medicinal herbs filled the small courtyard. It was stronger than the medicinal herbs in the pot. TSK, these are medicinal herbs that are decades old or even hundreds of years old. They're actually boiling water for you to bathe. Second brother, if you have too much kidney fluid in the future, second sister-in-law will blame you. Don't sell me out. Zhang Xiaohua smacked her lips and chattered in Zhang Xiaohu's ear. Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhang Xiaohua easily grabbed Zhang Xiaohu's shoulder with one hand and took out Chasing Dream with the other. With a wave of her hand, she wanted to peel off Zhang Xiaohu's body. In half a meal's time, Zhang Xiaohu's entire body was peeled off. All of the rotten flesh was removed, revealing new tender flesh. Ai, second brother, you didn't see Zhao Jian's death by 1,000 cuts yesterday. It's really similar to yours. Say, why didn't he think that he would end up like this when he was torturing you? Oh, that's right. In that case, there are no more hidden marks on your body. Ai, this Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts jumped too quickly. Zhang Xiaohu's acupoints were sealed by Zhang Xiaohua, so he couldn't feel any pain. However, he could still feel the small sword cutting his body. Looking at the pieces of rotten flesh being cut off, and then looking at Zhang Xiaohua, using the small sword to draw on his waist, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but sweat. In his heart he cursed. You should be more focused. Don't say such useless things. If you make a mistake, even if my kidneys are full, your second sister-in-law won't care about me. After the rotten flesh on Zhang Xiaohu's body was removed, the medicinal soup in the wooden tub was also ready. Zhang Xiaohua lifted her second brother and placed him into the medicinal soup. She smiled and said, second brother, I'm going to unseal your acupoints. You must endure the pain. Furthermore, I'm going to put your entire body into the medicinal soup. Hold your breath and only circulate your internal energy. I'll help you absorb the medicinal power in the soup. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua placed her second brother into the medicinal soup and transferred her qi to help Zhang Xiaohu circulate his internal energy to absorb the medicinal power. Zhang Xiaohua said it was simple and easy. However, Zhang Xiaohu suffered greatly. When his acupoints were unsealed, the pain in his body was like a tidal wave crashing into his head. The heat of the medicinal soup magnified the pain by several times. If not for his entire body being soaked in water, even if he screamed, it would only be bubbles. Zhang Xiaohu would have already cried out. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohu was already used to being tortured in the prison. Although the initial pain was unbearable, he slowly got used to it. Furthermore, as he circulated the art of ethereal divination, the pain in his body gradually disappeared. His mind also gradually became clear. It was as if the internal energy flowing through his meridians was the only thing supporting his entire world. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohu felt an explosion in his mind. He woke up from an indescribable state. He only felt that his dantian was lively. Before he could circulate his internal energy to check, he was pulled out of the medicinal soup by Zhang Xiaohua. After that, Zhang Xiaohua sent her second brother back to the eastern hut and used the blood coagulation pill to rub his entire body. At this time, the disciples outside the hut had already finished boiling the medicinal soup. There were 2 full bowls. After Zhang Xiaohua finished feeding him the medicine, she smiled and said, "Second brother, I've already done what I should do. You should sleep well. When you wake up, you'll feel much better." Zhang Xiaohu nodded slightly and smiled. He tilted his head and fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Xiaohua left the eastern hut and said goodbye to the disciple in the hall. Then, she returned to the small courtyard of the pill repository hall. At this time, the small courtyard was still as quiet as before. It was as if no one had ever been there. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the hut and set up a restriction around the hut. Then, she sat cross-legged on the praying mat and began to take inventory of her harvest from the Orchid Evening Refinement. Ever since she came out from the Orchid Grand Canyon, she had not been idle. Killing people, treating injuries, and getting promoted were one thing after another. Until today she finally had some free time. The first thing to be checked was the medicinal herbs in the belt. Those were the hard work of hundreds of disciples from the Pill Repository Hall and the Misty Hall. Now, Zhang Xiaohua had reaped without sowing. There were many jade boxes in the belt. Zhang Xiaohua could not take them out one by one. She could only immerse her divine sense into the space of the belt and take inventory of them one by one. There were many medicinal herbs in the strange birch forest. The varieties were also complicated. The disciples of the Pill Repository Hall's herb department had picked all kinds of strange herbs. Even though Zhang Xiaohua had read the 100 Herbs Compendium, she still did not recognize about 40% of the herbs. The disciples of the Misty Hall had picked some rare herbs. Although there were not many of them, their value was considerable. This not many was only relative to the Pill Repository Hall. Usually, if she only needed 10% of them, Zhang Xiaohua would be so happy that she could not close her mouth. But at this time, she was a little numb. There were also hundreds of bloody wolf tails in the belt, but they were just thrown in a corner of the space. Zhang Xiaohua casually looked at them and did not care. At that time, she had just wanted to see how many points she could get for fun. The real use of it was almost useless. Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade box from the money bag and carefully removed the restriction on it. As soon as she opened the lid, a desolate, primitive, unruly, and somewhat cold aura hit her in the face. It was the black and white fruit. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. This unknown black and white fruit was not like this at that time. It was just like a stone. At this time, not only was it quietly suspended in the jade box, but the fruit was also slightly rotating. With the rotation, the aura was emitted wave after wave. But when Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense approached the fruit, it immediately slid away when it reached the surface of the black and white fruit. She could not penetrate it at all. What is this thing? What can it be used for? Zhang Xiaohua stared at the black and white fruit in the jade box. Frowning, he searched the Refining the World and the Compendium of Herbs. Unfortunately, there was not a trace of clues. In the end, he could only put the most powerful restriction he knew on the surface of the black and white fruit. He also put the same restriction on the jade box. Then he carefully put it in the money bag. Then Zhang Xiaohua took out the golden lotus seed. This seed was restricted in the magma, but there was no change. Zhang Xiaohua knew that if he wanted it to grow, it must be placed in the underground magma of a deserted island. Only the chi of heaven and earth there could give birth to the mother-child lotus and the colorful lotus seed. After looking at the other things, Zhang Xiaohua took out Little Black and Little Yellow. These two were not even a month old, and were still sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua took them out of his clothes. They seemed to be not used to it. Their little noses twitched a few times, sniffing, and their little heads shook slightly. The two little things were the size of a palm. Zhang Xiaohua held one in each hand. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the situation when Huan Huan first saw him. His heart skipped a beat. He placed Little Black on the ground and took out the small vitality stone that he usually used for cultivation. He placed it beside Little Yellow. Although Little Yellow was still sleeping, its nose twitched. Its little pink tongue stuck out slightly. It used its head to push against the vitality stone. Its little claws also reached towards the vitality stone. It seemed to like it very much. Zhang Xiaohua placed the vitality stone on the ground and placed Little Black and Little Yellow on the side. The two little things were actually snuggling up to the vitality stone, as if they were enjoying it. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. No wonder these two little things didn't wake up and didn't eat since they were born. It seemed that they also relied on the energy of heaven and earth to survive. They were much more powerful than the four odd beasts. Huan Huan still had to eat grass on a daily basis. Damn, Zhang Xiaohua's comparison. Sigh, the difference was too great. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua took out the large vitality stone from his money pouch and dug out two holes with great difficulty. He stuffed Little Black and Little Yellow into the holes. Then he wanted to take back the crouching ox stone. However, no matter how he manipulated his divine sense, he couldn't put the stone and the two little things into his money pouch. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to empty the middle of the two primeval stones and put the two little things inside before putting them into his bosom. And fortunately, it wasn't too conspicuous and wouldn't be mistaken as a woman dressed as a man. Perhaps this would allow Little Black and Little Yellow to wake up sooner. Then, Zhang Xiaohua nervously stretched out her left hand and opened it in front of her eyes. The crack on her palm was extremely long and deep. At this moment, it looked like a scar on her left hand that had healed after being cut by a knife. With a thought, the crack opened slightly. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have opened a third eye and looked at herself from another angle. However, when Zhang Xiaohua saw him, she was almost about to pick him up. Calm. Chapter 730. Zhang Xiaohua opened the silver eye in his hand, as if it was his third eye. However, when he used his divine sense to look through the silver eye, he was so shocked that he almost jumped up from the ground. What Zhang Xiaohua saw was not the handsome and elegant man he had imagined. Cough, cough. Not to mention that even the small eyes with the flat nose were gone. What he saw was a blurry crystal skull. The skull was covered with red threads, and there was a golden ball in the skull. It was exactly the same as the essence of herbalism in his mud pill palace. This? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. What did I see? Zhang Xiaohua raised his hand slightly and looked at the sky again. It was also blurry like chaos. However, he felt that there were layers to it. However, when he looked at it carefully, he could not see anything clearly. In the chaos, there were some things floating around. There were also many small light ribbons that emitted different colors. In short, it was a mess. It was completely different from what he usually saw. When Zhang Xiaohua wanted to look further, a huge wave of fatigue came from his mud pill palace. Zhang Xiaohua quickly closed the silver eye. There was no need to examine it too closely. The divine sense in his mud pill palace had been exhausted, and the vital energy in his meridians had been depleted. What is this silver eye? How can it consume so much divine sense and vital energy? What did I see? Crystal bones? But why are there red threads on the bones? The golden ball should be the essence of herbalism, surrounded by the golden restriction in his mud pill palace. My goodness, I usually feel it with my divine sense. This I can actually see it directly. This is incredible. Moreover, what I see is different from what I see with my naked eyes. A strange thought suddenly popped up in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Could it be that what the silver eye sees is the real? That what I usually see is just the surface? Delirium. A name popped up in his mind. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked by his own thoughts. He looked at the crack on his left hand in fear. Then he turned his palm. The fist-sized silver ball was actually melted into this flat hand. I really don't know how it was hidden. After studying it for a while, he still could not find anything. However, the name of the silver eye was found by Zhang Xiaohua. Delusion Breaker Magic Eye. It sounded very impressive. Fortunately, the Delusion Breaker Magic Eye was melted into the hand. If it was placed on the forehead like the yellow wind, wouldn't I have to change my name? Zhang Xiaohua's heartbeat thought. However, no matter how powerful the Delusion Breaker Magic Eye was, Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual power was low now. Just looking at it with his eyes would exhaust his divine sense and true qi. He was not able to activate the magic within it, so it was impossible for him to know what kind of magic the Delusion Breaker Magic Eye had. Then, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the small ball that the yellow wind left for Blackie in the money bag. Maybe that small ball didn't consume much true qi? Of course, this was just a fleeting thought. That thing was Blackie's inheritance, and he had no intention of taking it away. After checking the harvest of the valley orchid at dusk, Zhang Xiaohua began to cultivate in peace. Now that she had achieved her goal of entering the fragrant religion, and was with her second brother, and the disciples of the Misty School, the only goal she pursued was to cultivate the way of immortality. Moreover, it was time for her to calm down and cultivate properly. After many days, Zhang Xiaohua lived a peaceful and fulfilling life of cultivation. At first, Du Feng came every day, but later, he slacked off and disappeared without a trace. Zhang Xiaohua, in addition to cultivating, went to change the medicine for her second brother, and also took a bath. And, speaking of which, she had to say one more thing. The next day, when she bathed Zhang Xiaohu in the medicinal soup, she saw that some parts of her second brother's body were already scarred. It was very unsightly. Zhang Xiaohua immediately remembered that she still had the stone milk from the cold pond in her money bag. This stone milk was best for removing rotting flesh and whitening the skin. How could she forget? And there was no need to blame Zhang Xiaohua. Anyone who obtained so many good things in the valley would inevitably miss out on some unimportant things. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua added a little bit of heaven stalactite milk into the medicinal soup that Zhang Xiaohu was soaking in. AI. It had to be said that Zhang Xiaohua was a prodigal. What was this heaven stalactite milk? To put it bluntly, it was the great pill bred by the earth. It was an extremely rare great pill. If it was taken with the corresponding cultivation method, it could either be used to cultivate a special magical ability, or it could increase one's cultivation. Perhaps there would be other surprises. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't know the method to take it, and didn't have the corresponding cultivation method, but she couldn't be so wasteful. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua added a little bit of heaven stalactite milk into the medicinal soup. Immediately, she saw the medicinal soup turn milky white, and the medicinal soup faintly contained rich heaven-earth essence qi. However, this was different from the heaven-earth essence qi that Zhang Xiaohua usually absorbed. It seemed that it couldn't be directly absorbed. Zhang Xiaohua knew that. She had suffered a great loss. Therefore, in the next few days, Zhang Xiaohu didn't change the water that he bathed in, and only changed some medicinal herbs occasionally. Of course, the effects of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures were different. Zhang Xiaohu's previously uneven scars were not only smoothed out, but the rough, old skin had also fallen off, and new smooth, white skin had grown out. To use some common terms, it would be as smooth as grease and as white as jade. See? Zhang Xiaohua watched second brother come out of the wooden tub and wipe himself dry with a towel. She smacked her lips and said, "Second brother, now I know what people mean by freshly peeled lamb. TSK, your snow-white flesh. Even the female disciples of the ethereal hall would be ashamed if they saw it." Bah! Zhang Xiaohu heard and hurriedly put on his clothes, scolding, "Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Why do you have so many ideas at such a young age? Let the junior sister see if I can still stay in the ethereal hall." Zhang Xiaohua said shyly. Then, she stopped after saying one word. Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, "Why did you stop?" "Better not, or you will scold me again." Zhang Xiaohu scolded with a smile. "Since you know, it's better not to say it." At this time, someone shouted in the courtyard outside. Zhang Xiaohu responded, put on his clothes and went out. It was Chang'e and Chen outside. When Chen saw Zhang Xiaohu, she was obviously stunned. She pointed at his face, as if there were flowers growing on it, and said, Senior brother, why are you so white? I haven't seen you for a few days. And you have changed completely? Then, she turned to look at Chang'e, clapping her hands and saying, Senior brother, you are even whiter than Sister Chang'e. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua inadvertently saw the faint smile on Zhang Xiaohua's face. She immediately knew what this guy didn't say just now. Suddenly, her face was burning. Chang'e didn't understand what was going on. She had been here every day for the past few days. So naturally, she couldn't see the change in Zhang Xiaohu. She complained, Chen, what are you talking about? When she saw Zhang Xiaohu's appearance, she was scared and hurried to support him. She asked with concern, Xiaohu, why is your face so red? Was the water too hot? Xiaohua, come and see what happened to your second brother. Zhang Xiaohua said lazily, Second brother is sweating too much. Second, Sister Chang'e, you'd better help him to the room quickly and drink more herbal tea. Well, okay. Chang'e carefully supported Zhang Xiaohu. Her hands and shoulders leaned on Zhang Xiaohu's body, so Zhang Xiaohu's face became redder. Seeing Chang'e supporting Zhang Xiaohu into the room, Chen was very surprised and asked in a low voice, Zhang Xiaohua, how did you treat senior brother? Not only is his injury healed, but his face. Then, she touched her very smooth round face and said bitterly, Alas, I have been in the dungeon all this time, and there are a lot of bumps on my face. I can't go down no matter how hard I try. Can you help me think of a way? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Then, she rolled her eyes and said in a low voice, Wait a moment. After he finished speaking, he ran in like a wisp of smoke. Not long after, he came out with a jade bottle in his hand and stuffed it into Chen hand. He lowered his voice and said, Junior sister, I don't usually tell her. This is my exclusive secret recipe. Every morning and night, use the contents of this jade bottle to rub on your face. Every hour, wash it off with water. I guarantee that after a few days, the lumps on your face will disappear. Really? Chen was so happy that she almost jumped up. She carefully opened it, and sure enough, a fragrance floated out of the jade bottle. Put it away quickly. Don't tell anyone. I don't have many precious things like this. If Sister Chang'e sees it, you won't have a share. This good things should be shared with Sister Chang'e. Zhang Xiaohua stared at her fiercely and said, Don't you see that Sister Chang'e's face is so smooth that even a fly will slide off it? Does she need it? Uft. Chen laughed and said, That's right. Immediately, she hid the jade bottle in her arms. What are you talking about? Coming quickly. Chang'e stuck her head out of the hall and shouted. Zhang Xiaohua winked at Chen and quickly ran in. Chen smiled and followed her. In the east room, Zhang Xiaohu was still sitting under the quilt. Although the treatment for several days was effective, he still couldn't fully recover. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua and Chen come in happily, Zhang Xiaohu asked, What's wrong? What's so funny? Chen shook his head with a smile, but Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, Second brother, how do you feel about your injury now? Zhang Xiaohu didn't understand and said, Very good, and before he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, Well, second brother, there's something I want to tell you. Besides, Sister Chang'e and Chen are both here. It's the right time. Chang'e just entered the room and asked curiously, What's the matter? You not only want Xiaohu to recover, but also want me and Chen to listen to it together? Chapter 731. It's like this. Zhang Xiaohua told the three of them about the conversation between Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin that night in the Misty Hall. Finally, she smiled and said, I won't hide it from second brother and elder sister Chang'e. If Hall Master Qin didn't tell Hall Master Yang that she suspected my identity, I would never tell you. Chang'e glanced at Zhang Xiaohu and said to Zhang Xiaohua seriously, Xiaohua, my master has deep feelings for the Misty School. Her only wish now is to revive the Misty School. But according to the hierarch's intention and the current situation, this is simply impossible. In the past, there was Deputy Hall Master Zhong in the Misty Hall. He supported Zhao Jian and wanted to win over some of the disciples of the Misty School. Now that Deputy Hall Master Zhong has returned to the Lingering Fragrance Peak, and Zhao Jian has been killed, those disloyal disciples have no idea for the time being. Looking at the hierarch's grace to Xiaohu, I think Hall Master and Master's analysis is very correct. The fragrance cult wants to take advantage of Xiaohu's late entry and shallow feelings for the Misty School, and his identity as a direct disciple. They want to train him well, and use him to restrain Hall Master Yang. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "When I was in the future, I met a disciple of the Misty School, and heard him talk about the destruction of the Misty School. At that time, the hierarch seemed to have promised Hall Master Yang that she would be in charge of the Misty Hall. How can there be so many restraints now? If you don't want her to be the hierarch, just let her abdicate. Why go through so much trouble? Moreover, if second brother wants to be a disciple of the Misty Hall, just let him be. Anyway, in the Shirxing Peak, who dares to say no?" Zhang Xiaohu and the other two were also puzzled. They could only say, "How can we understand the hierarch's thoughts? The only thing we can do is to fight for more benefits for ourselves, when we are other people's pawns." Chen Chen looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "But, since Master has found some clues, even if he doesn't ask now, I guess he will ask me and senior sister to investigate it sooner or later. Zhang Xiaohua, do you think we should tell Master?" "Say it, why don't you say it?" Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation. "In any case, I'll be here for a few more years, so it would be more convenient to explain things clearly. However, I think it's best to only let those who knew me know about this. Hall Master Yang and the others should keep it a secret." "Oh, all right." Chen Chen didn't quite understand what Zhang Xiaohua meant by convenience. However, since she didn't hide it from her master, she was satisfied. As for Hall Leader Yang, she didn't have to be responsible for her, did she? "That's right, Xiaohua. Can you tell us in detail about Ancestor Hu and the others that you mentioned in the Yulon Grand Canyon?" "I want to tell Master," Chang'e asked. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "I just happened to meet them. I only heard a little about it. Moreover, the Misty School is being chased by 3 families. They don't know my identity, so it's impossible to talk about it in detail. It's not bad to say so much. If Hall Master Qin asks me, then I'll tell him. Otherwise, I think it's better to hide it. You can't tell the source of the information. Of course, we know this. However, what Master said makes sense. Xiaohu's martial arts are not as good as mine. The credit in the canyon is mine. Hee, if it weren't for Xiaohua, how could I hide it from Master?" Chang'e smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. "You have the nerve to say that. What credit do you have? If I didn't have such a good brother, wouldn't you all be buried in the belly of the wolves?" Zhang Xiaohu stared at Chang'e angrily. "Oh, by the way, Sister Chang'e, your arm seems to be a lot better recently." Zhang Xiaohua saw that her second brother was about to praise her, and very gracefully changed the topic. And that's right. When Chang'e heard Zhang Xiaohua ask about her injury, she immediately praised, "Your bone solidifying pill is really magical. How long has it been? I feel that in a few days, the splint can be removed." It's so magical?" Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise. "Come, Sister Chang'e, let me see." Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Chen Chen couldn't help but ask, "Zhang Xiaohua, don't you know the effect of your own medicinal pill?" "This," Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly. "It's the first time I've used it, the first time I've used it." Bang! The 3 of them almost fell to the ground. She dared to let others take the medicinal pill that she hadn't used before. And she really did. When Zhang Xiaohua checked Chang'e's injured arm, he couldn't help but ponder. The effect of this bone solidifying pill was really amazing. Chang'e's broken bones had already healed. After a while, he would be able to move freely. It seemed that what she said when she gave the prescription was true. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohu, "Since Sister Chang'e's bones will heal soon, you don't have to worry about yourself. Although your bones were seriously injured and were broken by the law enforcement disciples, with the treatment of the bone solidifying pill, They will recover after a while. It should be much faster than the injury on my left hand. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu was moved and asked, then if the joints of the bones are broken, can the bone solidifying pill be used to treat them? It should be possible. Anyway, it's just to treat the bones. Zhang Xiaohua answered casually. Zhang Xiaohua's casual answer was like a gospel in the ears of Zhang Xiaohu, and the other two. They said with a trembling voice, are you sure? Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Who knows? It's the first time I've used it on Sister Chang'e, and the second time for second brother, but I think it's 60% sure. The three of them were a little disappointed, but they all looked at each other and didn't say anything. They chatted for a while, and guessed who would be sent to Shixing Peak as the deputy hall chief after Lingxiang Peak returned. When the four of them unanimously confirmed that Chen Chen would definitely not be sent, Chang'e and Chen Chen smiled and said goodbye to each other. After Chang'e left, Zhang Xiaohu pulled Zhang Xiaohua and said mysteriously, Xiaohua, I have something to tell you. Go and see if there's anyone in the yard, and then close the door. Seeing that her second brother was so cautious, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, second brother, you don't want to go to Xiangism, do you? In fact, even if you go, I won't stop you. Bah! Zhang Xiaohu spat and said, I was born in Misty School, and I'll die in Misty School. Although I'm in Shixing Peak now, my heart is in ethereal heights. I'm kidding. Seeing that her second brother was really angry, Zhang Xiaohua quickly apologized, and then went to the yard to check with divine sense. After locking the door, she returned to the room and said seriously, say it, second brother. If you elope with second sister-in-law, I'll definitely help you. You, Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. Can you not be so active? Zhang Xiaohua had a bitter expression on his face as he shrugged his shoulders. Second brother, I'm still young. I can't compare to you. If I'm older, wouldn't I age faster? Okay. Zhang Xiaohu also begged for mercy. You're right. Then he still looked out of the window worriedly and said, is there really no one outside? No. What about behind the house? I've just checked. I can guarantee that there's not even a female fly within 2 feet of the yard. Then Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, second brother, what's the big secret? Tell me quickly. I'm still looking forward to being scared by your secret. This time Zhang Xiaohu did not laugh, and said seriously, it's like this, Xiaohua. On the first day when I was sent to the dungeon by Vice Hall Master Zhong, that Zhao Jian came to the dungeon alone at night. This bastard. Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, this bastard is too evil. Second brother, you've been wronged. Are you in pain? Zhang Xiaohu did not understand and said, it's not painful? My acupoints are all sealed, so I don't feel much pain. That's good. Zhang Xiaohua felt lucky and said, you didn't tell second sister-in-law about this, right? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, no, this is a serious matter. I can only tell you. I don't dare to tell anyone. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. That's right. Only I, as your brother, can keep this a secret for you. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohu said curiously, I don't think I told you what happened. This, Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, we're all humans. What's so hard to guess? Pei, Zhang Xiaohu spat and said angrily, I'm talking about Zhao Jian's palm on my dantian and crippled my cultivation. Oh, I know this bastard is so useless. What? Zhang Xiaohua just understood and jumped up and shouted, this bastard is too despicable. He actually crippled your inner strength. Second brother, do you know where Zhao Jian is buried? Let's dig him out and grind his bones to dust. But, Zhang Xiaohu tugged at Zhang Xiaohua and said, but I realized that my dantian is perfectly fine. This inner energy of the divine misty art. I've cultivated a lot these days. This time, it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to be dumbfounded. She stared at Zhang Xiaohu and said, second brother, can you not joke with me like this? If you don't believe me, take a look. Zhang Xiaohu extended his hand in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua really did not believe it. She circulated her true qi into Zhang Xiaohu's meridians, and immediately knew that her second brother was right. The dantian was indeed intact. How is this possible? Zhang Xiaohua did not believe it. Did Zhao Jian show mercy? How is that possible? Zhang Xiaohu also smiled and said, didn't he just want to cripple me? How could he show mercy or be negligent? I remember that I even used my inner strength to check. Then what happened? After that, my meridians were sealed and I couldn't check them. When Lord Chun Chun used his internal energy to check my meridians, I realized that something was wrong. He actually said that I had lost all my internal energy, but didn't mention that my dantian was broken. These few days I've been slowly cultivating my inner strength. Only then did I realize that it was indeed the case. That's why I told you. I see. Zhang Xiaohua fell into deep thought. Then, she channeled her true qi into Zhang Xiaohu's dantian and carefully examined it. What's this? Zhang Xiaohua asked in astonishment. Chapter 732. Zhang Xiaohua sent a wisp of true energy to check Zhang Xiaohu's dantian. However, in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, there was nothing strange about her second brother's dantian. It was completely intact, but it felt very small. Compared to her own dantian, it was simply a small puddle. Thus, she couldn't help but mock. Second brother, your dantian is too small. That's not right. What's going on here? She saw that a certain part of Zhang Xiaohu's dantian was clearly much thinner than the other parts. And in this part of the dantian, the unrefined medicinal power of the meridian nourishing pill was obviously more. After seeing it clearly, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, second brother is indeed a fool's fortune. Even if you were schemed against by Zhao Jian, he didn't succeed. Zhang Xiaohu was puzzled. Zhao Jian has already checked. How could he be negligent? It's like this, second brother. Back then, Zhao Jian had indeed destroyed your dantian and destroyed your cultivation. Even the ethereal divine art that you originally cultivated, as well as the cultivation that I used to increase my cultivation, had all dissipated. When Zhao Jian checked, he also saw that you did not have the slightest bit of internal energy. However, he never thought that you had taken the meridian nourishing pill before. This meridian nourishing pill, as its name implies, nourishes and improves the meridians. At that time, when I helped second brother refine the medicinal power, I also used it in the dantian, and a lot of the residual medicinal power was left in the dantian. And after your dantian was broken, the medicinal power of this meridian nourishing pill was actually able to repair your dantian. Haha, second brother. I have to say that your character is not bad. Zhang Xiaohua smacked her lips and said, even I didn't expect that the meridian nourishing pill could actually repair the dantian? Oh, right, of course, when Chun Chun checked your dantian, the medicinal power of the meridian nourishing pill had already repaired your dantian. So she said that there was no problem with your meridians. Moreover, didn't she also want to refine your internal energy? That was because it had already dissipated. Your major acupoints had been sealed, and you didn't have time to cultivate. Naturally, there was nothing left. Only the little bit of medicinal effect of the meridian nourishing pill in your dantian was seen as the medicinal effect of the cinnabar fruit. And when it reaches my dantian, it's all ordinary medicinal power. If I don't experience it myself, I won't be able to tell what kind of medicinal power it is. Your dantian is fine. I've been soaking you in medicinal soup these past few days. The spirit herbs used in those medicinal soups are all many years old. With the addition of the sky stalactite milk, second brother, you only need to cultivate a little. Wouldn't these few years of inner strength be as easy as pie? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes shone with excitement. He didn't thank Zhang Xiaohua first, nor did he ask how he could cultivate better. Instead, he asked with a trembling voice, Xiaohua, this so-called meridian soothing pill of yours, how many more do you have? Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, not many. Let me count. She counted with her fingers for a long time and said, there are a total of 18 pills. For you, Sister Chang'e and Chen Chen each ate one. There should be 15 pills left. What's wrong? Second brother. This. Zhang Xiaohu was a little anxious and said, Xiaohua, this medicinal pill is so magical. I think it must be extremely precious. Can you give me some? Oh, I don't need many. 5 pills? Oh, if there are more, 3 pills will do. If not, 1 pill will do. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't speak clearly. His eyes stared at Zhang Xiaohua, full of desire. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Are you crazy, second brother?" Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. He saw Zhang Xiaohua take out a jade bottle from her arms and throw it to Zhang Xiaohu casually, saying, "You just want some meridian soothing pills. You said so much to me. You are so polite that I have goosebumps all over my body. Well, these 15 pills are all for you. You can eat them all. However, it seems that only the first pill is useful for improving cultivation. I don't know what effect it will have on the meridians and dantian. Hee. But if you eat more, it may be able to strengthen your sex drive." Zhang Xiaohu caught the jade bottle containing the meridian soothing pills in a hurry. He rolled his eyes at Zhang Xiaohua and ignored her ridicule. He opened it and said, "It seems that there are not enough for 15 pills. It seems that I gave one to someone. I don't remember." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. "Gosh," Zhang Xiaohu said. "You don't even know the number of such precious pills? Alas, if I had known this, I wouldn't have let Chang'e and Chen take them." "Oh, second brother, you are so selfish. Do you want to surpass second sister-in-law in martial arts and dominate the family?" Then he said mysteriously, "You don't have to worry about this. I have specially prepared it for you. When the time is right, I will give you a surprise. Hee. I promise that second sister-in-law will never be able to catch up with you in this lifetime." Zhang Xiaohu didn't listen to her nonsense. He carefully put the jade bottle in his arms and pinched it uneasily, saying, "These pills are not enough." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Didn't you just say that one pill would do? Why now?" "Oh, second brother, I forgot." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. She patted her forehead and said, "Why didn't I think of it? Didn't Hero Wen's dantian also break, and his decades of internal energy dissipated? If he uses this pulse-nourishing pill, won't he be able to repair his dantian?" Then he frowned and said, "But second brother, your situation is different from theirs. You took the meridian nourishing pill first, and your dantian has medicinal power. When Zhao Jian broke your dantian, the meridian nourishing pill was able to repair it. But Hero Wen has already lost his internal energy for so many years, he might not succeed." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "We have to try. It's better to have hope than despair." "That might not be the case. If there's hope, then it's better to be defeated by it." Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. Zhang Xiaohu didn't reply. He knew that he couldn't give up this chance to repair his master's dantian. Even if he failed, he could still do something for his master. Then Zhang Xiaohu probed again. "Xiaohua, do you still have that bone coagulation pill?" Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up and she smiled. "Second brother's idea reminded me. Since the pulse-nourishing pill can repair the dantian, then can the bone coagulation pill be able to repair the joints? I was wondering why you guys kept asking me about the effects of the bone coagulation pill. It seems like you guys are also thinking about the martial uncles and martial uncles of the Misty School." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "You saw my master in the Misty Hall. You also know how High Master's martial arts were back in Lu Town. But now, he is no different from a strong man. He doesn't say it, but how can I not know the pain in his heart? AI, it's a pity that you only have a few pills." Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and patted her chest. "I thought second brother was regretting something. With only your brother here, wouldn't you be able to get as many pills as you want?" "What?" Zhang Xiaohu suddenly wanted to lift the quilt and get off the bed. "Did you really refine it yourself?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and quickly held him down. "Don't move, second brother. Don't worry, speak slowly. Even if you lie on the bed, I can still hear your surprise. You don't have to walk to the ground to express it." Zhang Xiaohu was held down by Zhang Xiaohua and couldn't move. He was surprised. Zhang Xiaohua's strength is getting stronger and stronger. "Didn't I tell you in the Yulon Grand Canyon that I refined it myself? Do you think it was given by the inner disciple of the lingering fragrance peak?" Zhang Xiaohu said embarrassedly, "That's not it. You said you were in the pill opening hall. We all know that the pill opening hall refines pills. You must have taken it from the pill opening hall." Zhang Xiaohua wiped her forehead and said, "It would be great if the pill opening hall had such good pills. And It's no wonder that your pills were given by the disciples on duty of the pill-opening hall. It's normal for you to think so. However, Zhang Xiaohu's expression immediately darkened as he said, "It's a pity that although there were some alchemy rooms on Shirxin Peak, the alchemy furnaces in those alchemy rooms had already been removed by the fragrant cult when we arrived. It turns out that even if the alchemy hall's disciples wanted to refine pills, they couldn't. So, Zhang Xiaohua still looked unfathomable and said with a smile, "Second brother, you don't have to worry about this. When you recover, just find me a pill room. You don't have to worry about other things. Oh, by the way, your Misty Hall has to provide herbs." Zhang Xiaohu realized and said, "Of course, where did you get the herbs?" Zhang Xiaohua was secretly happy and then said, "Be careful to keep it a secret. Don't catch Chun Chun, and take him to the lingering fragrance peak without giving you many pills." Chun Chun? Zhang Xiaohu showed a strange smile on his face. "I heard from our Chun Chun that you seem to know Chun Chun and have a good relationship with him. When he left, he pulled you aside and whispered to you. Hee, this Chun Chun's figure is good and his voice is nice. But how old is he? How does he look?" Sweat, Zhang Xiaohua sweated. "Second brother, when did you become so gossipy? Alas, Xiaohua, you're not young anymore. It's normal for young people to fall in love. This Chun Chen's identity is good." "Stop." Zhang Xiaohua, who had always laughed at Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e, now also tasted the taste of being laughed at. If there was such a thing, it would be fine, but who was Chun Chen? He was an inner disciple. How could he care about her? Being laughed at by second brother like this, there was no meaning in getting any pills. By the way, second brother, you just said about the pharmacy hall. Where is Captain He? Zhang Xiaohua quickly changed the topic and said, "I remember asking you in the Yulon Grand Canyon. You just said it was okay, but didn't tell me the details. I've been here for several days and haven't seen him. Where is he?" This, Zhang Xiaohu was a little speechless. He knew He Tianshu's position in Zhang Xiaohua's heart, so he didn't want to tell her about He Tianshu's situation. He thought that he could gloss it over, but he didn't expect that Zhang Xiaohua would chase him to Shirxin Peak by accident. It seemed unrealistic if he didn't say it. So Zhang Xiaohu cleared his throat and said, "Xiaohua, Marshal Uncle his situation is very bad." Chapter 733. What's wrong? Zhang Xiaohua asked anxiously. "Captain He, what happened to him? Is it possible that he's no longer alive?" Zhang Xiaohua told her the worst-case scenario. "That's not it. It's just that," Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly explained. "It's just that his meridians are all broken, his dantian is damaged, and all the bones in his body are broken. He's no different from a cripple." "Oh," Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, "So that's how it is. As long as he's still alive, it's good." But then she asked curiously, "Captain, he is a disciple of the pharmacy hall. Even if he's a disciple, his martial arts should be slightly better. How could he be so ruthless when the Misty School was destroyed?" Zhang Xiaohu shook his head. "Uncle He's injury was not in the Misty Heights. He was only slightly injured at that time." Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled, but her eyes were fierce. "That is to say, Captain He was injured at Shirxin Peak? Then second brother, who did this?" Zhang Xiaohua did not ask what the reason was, but directly asked who it was. "Who else could it be?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. "It's the same person who tortured me. Zhong Pei," Zhang Xiaohua said coldly. "This guy's character seems to be very bad. He always comes out of my mouth. It seems that I have to give him some unforgettable memories." Zhang Xiaohu did not say anything this time. On one hand, he knew how his younger brother's martial arts were. He was someone who did not even put the blood wolves in his eyes. Why would he be afraid of a mere Zhong Pei? On the other hand, Zhong Pei had returned to Lingxiang Peak. Where could he find him? Breaking into Lingxiang Peak? Oh dear, it was better to wash his face with cold water. No disciple of the Chuanxiang cult would have such a ridiculous idea. He would let Zhang Xiaohua have her way. Then, Zhang Xiaohu explained, "Xiaohua, do you remember the medicinal field in Huanxi Villa? Of course, that's where I fought. How could I not remember? Well, since you remember, You should also know about the few fields that have not sprouted, right? Of course, Captain He and the others went to those medicinal fields that didn't germinate. Zhang Xiaohu said disappointedly. That's where the problem lies. If those medicinal fields didn't germinate, it would be fine. But when you came to our Misty Mountain Villa to participate in the martial arts exhibition, these medicinal fields that had never germinated actually germinated. Zhang Xiaohua was still somewhat at a loss and said, "This is a good thing, ah. Doesn't man or Lord O want these medicinal fields to germinate?" He was the clearest about the reason why the herbs had sprouted. However, after the martial arts exhibition, he had returned to the Guozhuang house with Zhang Xiaohu. Many things had happened after that, so he had long forgotten about it. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. If the three sects hadn't besieged the Misty School and destroyed the Misty School, perhaps this would have been a good thing. That day, the disciples of the fragrant religion entered Huanxi Villa and searched the entire villa. It seemed like they were looking for some kind of secret martial arts book. However, they were careless. This medicinal field was indeed seen by an inner disciple, who had been a vice hall master of the Pill Expansion Hall. He immediately recognized that it was a type of medicinal plant that he didn't recognize. Thus he was cautious and picked some back. When he returned to the fragrant religion and inquired, it was even more amazing. This medicinal plant was actually planted by the fragrant religion a long time ago, but it didn't germinate. Thus, the inner disciple reported the situation to the sect leader. The sect leader seemed to attach great importance to this matter and handed it over to Zhong Pei to handle. Originally, Martial Uncle, he was an unknown figure in the medicine hall. Almost no one knew what was going on. However, at this time, someone wanted to get close to Zhong Pei, so he mentioned Martial Uncle He. Who is this person? Zhang Xiaohua gritted his teeth and asked. Who else could it be? You know this person too. Isn't he from the medicine hall? Chang. Deacon Chang? Yes, that's him. Chang Biao, that arrogant guy. Where is he now? Zhang Xiaohua asked indifferently. Him. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth was filled with mockery as he said. He wanted to gain merit and use Martial Uncle He to exchange for his future. However, he forgot that he was also a deacon of the medicine hall and knew more than Martial Uncle He. Martial Uncle He was only sent to Huanxi Villa because he was ostracized. Chang Biao was a popular figure in the medicine hall. When Martial Uncle He was captured by Zhong Pei, he didn't say a word no matter how they tortured him. Zhong Pei, who was also eager to gain merit, also sent Chang Biao to the dungeon. I heard that when the law enforcement disciples interrogated Martial Uncle He, they held back a few tricks, afraid that he would lose his life. The reason for the medicinal plant's germination was that it was lost. However, they didn't show any mercy to Chang Biao and the others. They actually beat them to death. Serves them right. Zhang Xiaohua snorted and scolded. This is the most suitable ending for such people. Then she asked with concern, what about Captain He? Alas, didn't we just tell you what happened to Martial Uncle He? Later, Zhong Pei was also ruthless. Under the premise of keeping Martial Uncle He alive, he used everything he could. Now Martial Uncle He's living a life worse than death. Zhong Pei is really ruthless. In fact, Captain He doesn't know why the medicinal plant germinated. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohua strangely. He wanted to ask her. Martial Uncle He doesn't know. Do you know? However, it would be best if he didn't know about this matter. There was no need for him to ask. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly remembered that when he saw the medicinal plant that didn't germinate on Tianmu Peak, he had asked Bai Huan about it. Bai Huan said that it had just been planted a few years ago. At this time, it was related to He Tianshu's matter. Wasn't it something that happened at that time? The fragrance cult had planted it before, but it didn't germinate, so they stopped planting it. However, when they searched Huanxi Mountain Villa, they found that the medicinal plant of the Misty School had actually survived. They couldn't find fault with Oyen, so they could only look at He Tianshu. After all, he was the leader of the medicinal plant planting team. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua should have been mentioned at that time. However, he had been there for such a long time, so he must have been ignored. But who would have thought that this guy was the key to the medicinal plant's germination? When the pill-spreading Hall saw that the medicinal plant of the Misty School could be planted, of course, they also wanted to try. Therefore, several medicinal plants that didn't germinate appeared on the peak of Tianmu Peak, just like Huanxi Mountain Villa. Unfortunately, without Zhang Xiaohua, these medicinal plants still wouldn't germinate after 4 or 5 years. I really have an affinity with these medicinal plants that don't germinate. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. However, he immediately remembered that he still had a seed on Tianmu Peak for experiment. When he left, there were no signs of germination. It had been a long time since he had taken care of it, so it was probably still the same. Well, when there's a chance, I'll just destroy it. Who knows what will happen? After listening to Zhang Xiaohu's explanation, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little guilty. After all, if he hadn't attracted the lightning, the seeds of the medicinal plants wouldn't have germinated. If they wouldn't have germinated, Tianshu would have been fine. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua asked, then where does Leader He live now? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohu told her where Tianshu lived. He then reminded her, Master's junior uncle He's situation is very bad. It's better not to visit him. It will also cause misunderstandings. Oh, I understand. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I'm now a disciple on duty at Pill Expanding Hall. If I visit him rashly, the people from Ethereal Hall will inevitably think that I'm going to interrogate him. Well, I don't care. But they will hate me in the future. Then, after thinking for a while, she said, Second brother, give me one pulse-nourishing pill first. Why? Zhang Xiaohu didn't agree. You gave it to me. Oh, look at how stingy you are. I'll return you 10 pills tomorrow. I can give it to you, but you have to tell me what you're going to use it for. What use? Of course it's for Leader He. I don't use it myself. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, That's right. Actually, among these 15 pills, I've left one for Master's junior uncle He. He was so good to you in the past. How could I forget him? What about the others? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and asked. Alas, my master and Master's Dantian were all broken. Zhang Xiaohu sighed and said, You know Master's junior uncle Shui, Master's junior uncle Lu and many others. Miss Shui Qing, Miss Shui, Master Lu Mingyue? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. They were all people who had helped him before. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu nodding silently, Zhang Xiaohua said, Second brother, let me handle this. If it weren't for them, we would still be farming in the Guozhuang house. Maybe we would have been beaten to death by the bullies in Lu Town. I must save them. But, Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and said, You can't tell them that I saved them. Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously. Then how are you going to save them? Second brother, you don't have to worry about that. Just tell them that you can save them, and take them to a secluded place. I'll do it. Zhang Xiaohu was also a smart person. He nodded and said, That's good. It'll be easier to do things if you keep your identity a secret. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she knew that her second brother had misunderstood. She couldn't help but smile and say, Second brother, actually, I didn't have any thoughts before. However, after hearing what Hall Master Yang and Aunt Qin said that night, I had a feeling. What? Since the leader of the fragrance cult wants to rope you in, why don't you go with the flow? You're a direct disciple of the Misty School. This time, you've made a great contribution. Your status in the hearts of the ordinary disciples has greatly increased. If you can heal the injuries of the older generation's martial uncles, do you think they won't be grateful to you? Can't they push you to the front? Zhang Xiaohu's heart was moved. He was very tempted, but then he asked tentatively, But doesn't the Misty Hall still have Hall Master Yang? Second brother, didn't you hear what I said? Hall Master Yang isn't very willing to be the Hall Master. Or rather, she's willing to be the Hall Master in name, and protect the disciples of the Misty School. If the disciples of the Misty School grow up, she may let go. This matter is a bit serious. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. I have to think about it carefully. Chapter 734. As the ancient saying goes, the times create heroes. In this world, all heroes were able to walk in front of the crowd, because of coincidences and opportunities. From there, they revealed their talents and achieved great feats. Heroes were also very easy to take advantage of the times, and were good at using everything that was beneficial to them. Just like how fire borrowed the power of wind, and wind borrowed the power of fire, they complemented each other. Zhang Xiaohu naturally had such a desire. When he first entered the Misty School, he was criticized by others because he wanted to achieve something to prove that he was indeed stronger than others and worthy of his identity as a direct disciple. However, his starting point was too low. He couldn't practice martial arts, and was always behind the other disciples. When the Misty School was destroyed, he followed them to Shirxin Peak. His status as a direct disciple was even more awkward. His teachers in the Misty School should be his backing, but now they were all crippled. To put it bluntly, they were struggling at death's door. They were pawns that the incense cult used to stabilize the disciples of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu instantly became a rootless duckweed. Zhang Pei, the representative of the incense cult in the Misty Hall, had set up Zhao Jian as a benchmark to deal with the direct disciples of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu was always suppressed by Zhao Jian. In the current situation, the incense cult changed their strategy and wanted to support Zhang Xiaohu, a direct disciple who didn't seem to have a deep relationship with the Misty School. Secondly, with the support of Zhang Xiaohua's elixir, Zhang Xiaohu should be able to stand out in terms of internal strength and become the most outstanding disciple of the second generation. Thirdly, if Zhang Xiaohu saved Wen Wenhai, Xue Qing, Lu Mingyue and the others, Zhang Xiaohu's backing would be very solid. Although their martial arts had recovered, and they should be strong candidates to compete for the position of Misty Hall's Hall Master, Zhang Xiaohu was not only their direct disciple, but also their savior. No one would compete with Zhang Xiaohu for this position. These three aspects of the situation were extremely advantageous to Zhang Xiaohu. They could all create a hero like Zhang Xiaohu. Just as Zhang Xiaolong said when he married Lu Qian, "Just wait for the opportunity to meet, and the hidden dragon will soar to the sky." At this time, it was a good opportunity for Zhang Xiaohu, who had been dormant in the Misty School for several years, to soar to the sky in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, how could Zhang Xiaohu not feel a rush of excitement? It's just, Zhang Xiaohu was a little worried. Now that I have cultivated the internal strength of the ethereal divine art, there is internal strength in my dantian that is different from the plain mental cultivation method. Can I still cultivate the plain mental cultivation method? If I can't, why did the hierarch choose me? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Leave this to me. Since the previous disciples of the Incense Peak can cultivate it, I think I can help you. If I can't, I will help you dissolve the internal strength of the ethereal divine art. That should be enough. And that's the only way. Then, should I still cultivate the ethereal divine art in the next few days? Let's take a look at the plain mental cultivation method first. If you cultivate too much of the ethereal divine art, you may not be able to cultivate it at the same time as the plain mental cultivation method." Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Then, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Second brother, it's better to give those few pulse-nourishing pills to me. You don't know how to use them anyway." "Hehe, I know." After saying that, Zhang Xiaohu reluctantly returned the jade bottle to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua tucked it into his bosom and said, "Don't feel bad about it. Once I've healed Captain He, Hero 1, and the others, help me find a pill room and I'll refine it for you." A pill room is not easy. There are many on Shirxin Peak, but they are all abandoned. When my body is a little better, I will take you to choose. By the way, second brother, I want to ask again. Do Manor Lord O Yanu and Sister Chiu Tong live nearby? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, "The people of Huanxi Mountain Villa are on the other side of Shirxin Peak. The security is very tight. It is inconvenient for the disciples of Misty Hall to go there. I think you should wait." "Are they all right?" "There is no bad news. They should be fine." "And well, second brother, you rest first and look at the plain mental cultivation method. But don't cultivate it first. I will go and see Captain He." Zhang Xiaohu nodded. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua walking to the door, he suddenly asked, "Xiaohua, you, Do you think this pulse-nourishing pill can really strengthen the yang energy? Bang! Zhang Xiaohua fell to the ground and said helplessly, maybe. Then you refine more for me. Zhang Xiaohu ordered Zhang Xiaohua without hesitation. He Tianshu lived in a very remote place. It was a corner of a group of houses. There were many trees, flowers, and even a pond planted with lotus leaves and other things. Zhang Xiaohua found this place with great difficulty, according to second brother's description. Seeing that there was no one around, she jumped on the wall and poked her head out to look carefully. This courtyard was different from Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard. It was not a small courtyard. Not only was it connected to other courtyards by walls, but there was also a row of houses in the courtyard. At this time, under a big willow tree in the courtyard, a person was lying lazily on a couch, squinting his eyes and basking in the warm sunlight. Wasn't this the He Tianshu that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to see? Zhang Xiaohua looked at He Tianshu from afar, who seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. He Tianshu should be in his 30s, and was in the prime of his life. However, his hair was already white, and there were many scars on his face. Not only did he look ferocious, but at first glance, he looked like a man in his 40s or 50s. His appearance when Zhang Xiaohua first met him was long gone. This was Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts teacher. Seeing He Tianshu so dispirited, how could he feel good in his heart? At this time, one of the houses in the row was pushed open. A young disciple walked out and saw He Tianshu under the willow tree. He walked over quietly and asked softly, "Senior Uncle He, this disciple is going to eat. Do you still want to eat?" He Tianshu heard that and opened his eyes. He said weakly, "No need. You can eat by yourself. I'm not hungry." After saying that, he covered his face with his sleeves, as if he was afraid of the glare of the sun. He continued to sleep. The disciple was in a difficult position. "Senior Uncle He, you should eat a little too. You only drink a little water, and eat a little food these few days. This disciple was sent to take care of you. If you continue like this, how can your body take it? This disciple can't report back. Why are you so noisy? If I say I'm not eating, then I'm not eating. If I die, then you won't have to do these things." He Tianshu threw a tantrum for no reason. The disciple seemed to be used to it, and didn't retort. He cupped his hands and left with a sigh. After the disciple left the courtyard, He Tianshu let out a long sigh. Something sparkled at the corner of his closed eyes. Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. Just as she was about to go down, she saw He Tianshu struggling to get up from the couch. His arms were also struggling to hold onto the chair. However, when she saw that his sleeves were soft, Zhang Xiaohua knew that He Tianshu's joints were crushed, and he couldn't use any strength. Sure enough, after a long time of effort, He Tianshu couldn't even sit up from the chair, let alone stand on the ground. When He Tianshu slumped down and hit the chair with all his strength, Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from the wall and slowly walked to He Tianshu's back. If it was in the past, He Tianshu would have heard Zhang Xiaohua's footsteps if she didn't hide her voice. But now, even when Zhang Xiaohua walked to his back, he still didn't feel anything. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua also sighed. She pointed her finger and pressed on He Tianshu's acupuncture point. When He Tianshu closed his eyes, Zhang Xiaohua transferred a strand of true qi into his meridians and carefully examined them. Sure enough, He Tianshu's meridians seemed to have been attacked by a strong internal force and were torn apart. Many parts of his meridians were broken and seriously damaged. When she checked his dantian, it was the same. There was a big hole. After checking his meridians and dantian, Zhang Xiaohua placed her finger on his pulse and carefully checked his pulse. Her face unconsciously showed some worry. He Tianshu's internal organs were seriously injured. For many years, they hadn't been treated in time. It had been delayed for a long time. If they were to treat it now, it would be much more difficult. She didn't know if the Yuhuandan pill would work. Then Zhang Xiaohua started from his arm. She used her hand to pinch it bit by bit, and checked all the bones in his body. This time, the anger on her face was even stronger. Just as Zhang Xiaohu said, all the joints in He Tianshu's body were crushed. Moreover, many parts of his body were already deformed. It was obvious how terrible the torture he had suffered was. It turned out that Zhang Xiaohua hated Zhong Pei. Now that she saw He Tianxu's condition, the hatred in her heart grew. If that bastard were to appear again, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't hesitate to crush his throat. The bone-solidifying pill could heal He Tianxu's broken bones. However, because it had been a long time, some parts of his body would have to be broken again. The injuries to his meridians and dantian were also old. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if the meridian nourishing pill would be able to heal him. The most uncertain thing was He Tianxu's internal injuries. The Yuhuandan pill from Chuanxiang cult wasn't too reliable. It seemed like the most important thing now was to refine a cauldron of Yuhuandan pill. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua secretly treating He Tianxu's injuries wasn't the best method. Since she wanted to help her second brother gain popularity, she might as well let him do it. Therefore, the most important thing now was to make preparations. Hearing footsteps outside the courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua quickly extended her hand and unsealed He Tianxu's acupoints. Then, she quickly burrowed into the ground. The courtyard door was pushed open, and the person who came in was the disciple from before. The disciple saw that He Tianxu was lying there motionless, so he walked into his room. After taking another glance at He Tianxu, Zhang Xiaohua turned around and left the courtyard, heading straight for Zhang Xiaohu. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua return, Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. "You've already seen Martial Uncle He?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's face, Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Martial Uncle He's not in a good condition, is he? Did he recognize you?" Chapter 735. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "I didn't let him see it. I just checked it secretly." "How is it? Are you sure?" Zhang Xiaohu asked anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua still shook her head. "No, I can only try. Besides, I think the Yuhuandan pill may not be useful. I have to refine some quickly." But the Yuhuandan pill was refined by the alchemist on Lingxiang Peak. "You." Zhang Xiaohu didn't believe Zhang Xiaohua's words. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to explain and said, "Besides, there are only a few Yuhuandan pill. It's not enough. You'd better find me an alchemy room quickly." Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. "Look at me. How can I find you an alchemy room? Besides, it takes a long time to find an alchemy room. I have to find it secretly. The alchemy room must not only be remote, but also be usable. It's not easy." Zhang Xiaohua was a little impatient. "Where are your alchemy rooms? I'll go and see for myself. Anyway, it's fine as long as no one goes there." Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, "I know one place and no one will go there. But can you hide from the eyes and ears of the disciples of Lingxiang Peak?" "Of course. I don't dare to say about Chen Chen, but other disciples, such as Zhong Pei, can be ignored directly." Zhang Xiaohua said proudly. "Well, that's good. Didn't I just tell you that Villa Master Oyanu and Sister Qiu Tong are on the other side of Shixin Peak? They only occupy a place near the top of the peak. Above their courtyard is a cliff. There seem to be several alchemy rooms there. When I went there in the early years, I saw it. No disciple of Misty Hall went to the alchemy room. However, if you want to go to the cliff, you must pass the law enforcement disciples. They are all cultivated by Lingxiang Peak. You have to be careful." "I see." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "When it gets dark, I'll go and take a look. By the way, second brother, think about how to pull Captain He out and give this credit to you. If it's effective, Hero 1 and the others should do the same in the future." "Xiaohua, do you think I can do it?" Zhang Xiaohu was still a little hesitant. "Do you think second sister-in-law can marry you?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes angrily. "I guess there are a lot of people in the Misty Hall who want second sister-in-law. If you don't do something, second sister-in-law won't look at it even if I give you a few secret marks." Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. "Can't you say something else? You do remember Zhao Jian's dirty deeds very clearly." "Yes, Xiaozai is pitiful. She was blind and fell in love with Zhao Jian, who is a beast in human clothing. But what about Sister Chang'e? She took a fancy to you, a so-called direct disciple. If you can't make a name for yourself, won't Sister Chang'e be pitiful?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. "Your second sister-in-law doesn't take a fancy to me. It's my charm that makes her fall in love with me. Come on, don't flatter yourself. You probably can't hide the fact that you helped your master and martial uncle from second sister-in-law. She and Chen must also know that I helped. Why don't you ask her and see what she thinks? If she doesn't support you, just take it that I said nothing. By the way, since Chang'e and Chen can't hide it, my master and the others must know it in the end. Do you think they? Ahem, you were so lofty just now. Why do you think so much now? Who am I? I'm the wise, handsome, and fair-skinned younger brother of Zhang Xiaohu. What's the purpose of my treatment? Isn't it to let them owe you a favor? They will only give this credit to you. Xiaohu smiled and said, Little Blossom, you're thinking too simply. Martial uncles, and the others aren't people with pure hearts and few desires. Zhang Xiaohua spread out her hands and said, Knowing that they will compete with you, will you still treat them? That's for sure. Zhang Xiaohu said firmly. So. Zhang Xiaohua patted Zhang Xiaohu's shoulder like an old man. Do what we should do and make your master and uncle embarrassed. You. Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Between you and me, who is the elder brother? Seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua returned to her small courtyard. First, she took out the prescription of the Yuhuandan pill and looked at the main ingredients in it, so that she knew what to do. The main ingredients for refining the Yuhuandan pill were ice spirit grass and cold light grass. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua would use the best spirit grass collected by the underground cold pool. But what about the ingredients? There were also more than a dozen kinds of herbs. If it was someone else, it would be difficult to find them. These herbs were required by the lingering fragrance peak, and were not easy to find in other places. However, Zhang Xiaohua had won a lot of herbs from the Pill Sprouting Hall's disciples in the Yulon Grand Canyon. He had also obtained the herbs collected by the Pill Sprouting Hall's disciples in the Strange Birch Forest, and the majority of the herbs collected by the Misty Hall's disciples. How could he lack herbs? Of course, in order to match the rare main ingredient, Zhang Xiaohua still spent a lot of effort to find the other ingredients that were of sufficient age to match the rare main ingredient. Zhang Xiaohua picked out the herbs and put them into his money pouch. Then, he took out the bright sun grass and other herbs needed to refine the Meridian Soothing Pill from his belt. These herbs were obviously better than the ones from Rejuvenation Valley, so the quality of the Meridian Soothing Pill refined from them should be good as well. By the time Zhang Xiaohua was done, the sky was already dark. Zhang Xiaohua looked outside and put away the jade box. She floated up and flew towards the back of the mountain. Shixin Peak was indeed huge. Even if Zhang Xiaohua flew with the wind, she still took the time it took to brew a cup of tea to reach the back of the mountain. Just as Zhang Xiaohu said, when she arrived at the back of the mountain, she saw specks of lights in the distance. Zhang Xiaohua discovered that there were some powerful martial artists hiding in the dark. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. She landed on the ground and changed to escape through the earth. She went straight to the top of the mountain. Zhang Xiaohu didn't explain in detail, and Zhang Xiaohua didn't have a sense of direction. After searching for a long time, she still didn't find anything. Could it be that second brother said something wrong? Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. She didn't think about her mistake at all. Alright, it's already late. I should go back first. If there's really no other way, I'll wait until tomorrow. Just as she was thinking, she heard someone whispering to her left. Could it be that it's that gang again? Why are they all night owls? Why do they always meet at night? Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought so, but when she quietly approached, she realized that she was wrong. A person laughed and said, Senior Brother Mao, it's already so late. Why are you still loitering around? I was wondering who it was. So it's Junior Brother Mu. Aren't you loitering around too? Yes, it's late at night. Even ghosts won't come. Other than us brothers who have been through hard times. Who else would appear at this time? Let's wait for a few more days. The brothers who rotate should be here. We can also go back to Lingering Fragrance Peak to rest. Maybe we don't need to come back this time. What? Where did you get the news from? Why does it sound like a rumor? It doesn't seem to be true. Senior Brother Mao is wrong. There's no smoke without fire. Since ancient times, this rumor has been quite close to the truth. What kind of truth did Junior Brother Mu get? Have you heard of it? Have you seen Oyen these few days? Oyen? No, she doesn't usually appear in the courtyard, does she? I haven't heard of it. Could it be that something happened to her? Although Oyen doesn't walk around the courtyard often, she still comes out to get some fresh air every few days. Don't you think that she hasn't appeared in the courtyard for 5 to 6 days? Now that you mention it, it's true. It's really a bit strange. Could it be? I heard that Oyen has a strange illness. She can't move while lying down. I reckon that she doesn't have much time left. Think about it. When she dies, do we still need to eat the northwest wind here? TSK. Although Oyen can't be compared to our lingering fragrance peak's inner disciples, she has a kind of delicate beauty. It's a pity that she's gone. Don't compare Oyen with our senior sisters. They all wear veils, so who knows if they're ugly or beautiful. Even when they see us, they order us around like servants. How can we be compared to Oyen's gentleness? Thinking of Oyen's smile and that sickly beauty, I have the urge to strangle all the senior sisters to death. Sho, what are you talking about? If the senior sisters hear this, do we still have a way to live? Oyen has a strange illness? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was shocked. He originally wanted to wait for a while before visiting Oyen. Since the matter was urgent, then he couldn't care about anything else. It was better to take a look first. As he thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua directly went into the courtyard in front of him. Looking down from the top of the mountain, the courtyard was rather huge. It took up a lot of space in Shixin Peak, and was comparable to Baiyu Peak's Pill Expansion Hall. Of course, such a huge courtyard made it difficult for Zhang Xiaohua to find Oyen there. What should we do? Just as he was thinking, he heard a few servants coming from a dark corridor. Behind them was a middle-aged man who was carrying a food box. As he walked, he scolded, "Why aren't you moving? Miso just wanted to come and eat some snacks from Pingyang City. If she loses her appetite after eating all of them, you will be held accountable." The few servants didn't dare to answer. They only carried the food in their hands and walked forward quickly. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was overjoyed and followed them silently. The few of them walked along the corridor and didn't stop when they passed by a few courtyards. Although there were lights in those courtyards, no one appeared. After following them for a while, he saw a courtyard planted with many bamboos. At the corner of the courtyard was a pond, and there was a small bridge over the pond that led to the corridor. The small bridge passed through the bamboo forest and went into the depths of the courtyard. There were faint lights and voices. At this point, Zhang Xiaohua had a rough idea of what to do. He went in from the side of the pond and revealed himself in the bamboo forest. When he leaped out of the bamboo forest, he saw a few houses in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 736. In Zhang Xiaohua's mind, the fragrance cult must have placed Oyen in a secluded hut when they brought her to Shixin Peak. Why would they worry about her? However, looking at the huge courtyard behind the Shixin Peak, which was not inferior to the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohua realized that he was too narrow-minded. He did not have the generous temperament and extravagance of the fragrant cult's hierarch. However, when he came out of the ground and flashed to a corner of the brightly lit courtyard, he was stunned on the spot. Isn't it the same as the courtyard where Oyen used to discuss matters in the Huanxi Manor? Zhang Xiaohua had stayed in Huanxi Mountain Villa for a long time, but he rarely went to the inner courtyard where Oyen lived. He had only seen the hall, so he had a deep impression of it. At this time, when he saw the trees, flowers, and other arrangements in the courtyard, he found that they were exactly the same as his impression. If it weren't for the fact that the trunk of the huge tree on the left side of the courtyard didn't have the trace of his chasing dream, he would have thought that everything in the courtyard was moved from Huanxi Mountain Villa. Tut tut. Zhang Xiaohua smacked his dry lips and said to himself, "My goodness, I was wondering why so many people pursue power. This thing seems to be more useful than gold. If you ask me to spend money to build a courtyard that is exactly the same as Huanxi Mountain Villa, I won't do it. A futon is enough." But the hierarch just touched his lips, and the courtyard became exactly the same. It's really, alas, I don't know what to say. Hee hee, when second brother does something, Will he also make the misty hall like Guozhuang House? Well, at the very least, he will build a small courtyard at the foot of the mountain for me, just like my home. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand the role of power and gradually began to look down on gold and silver. As the saying goes, the change of one's thoughts and the improvement of one's qualities only increase in the slightest. Zhang Xiaohua looked around the courtyard and then flew to the top of the huge tree with ease. He squinted his eyes and looked into the hall. At this moment, the hall was brightly lit, but there were only a few servants inside. They looked respectful and submissive. On one of the chairs in the hall sat an old man with a head full of silver hair. He was holding a teacup in his right hand and twirling it mindlessly. His eyes were looking at the ground, ignoring the teacup that wouldn't fall out of his hand, no matter how hard he twirled it. His left sleeve was empty, casually tucked at his waist. Wasn't this Elder Yu, who taught Zhang Xiaohua the nameless sword art? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Elder Yu's straight back and couldn't help but smile. This kind of old man, who had been through storms in the pugilistic world, was the most resilient. Huanxi Mountain Villa had encountered so many things, but it didn't affect him in the slightest. At this time, a woman walked in slowly from a corner of the courtyard. Her footsteps were slightly heavy and didn't seem to be someone who practiced martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua was even more delighted when he saw her. Under the light, the woman was close to 30 years old. Her mature face was slightly plump, and her eyes were slightly tired. There were also some fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and there was a glow on her fair forehead. Wasn't she Qiu Tong, whom he hadn't seen for many years? If it was said that Zhang Xiaohua came to the back mountain of Shixin Peak to visit Oyen, it would be more accurate to say that he was here to visit Qiu Tong. When Zhang Xiaohua came to Pingyang City from the Guozhuang House, the first woman he met was Qiu Tong. Qiu Tong had selflessly taken on the responsibility of an elder sister. Not only did she bring Zhang Xiaohua to Huanxi Mountain Villa, she had also helped him a lot in the villa. Most importantly, she had filled the void in Zhang Xiaohua's heart after he left his sister-in-law and mother. Therefore, other than kinship, Qiu Tong was really Zhang Xiaohua's Lu Qian. Now that he saw that Qiu Tong hadn't changed much from his impression of her, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was instantly filled with joy when he saw that Qiu Tong hadn't changed much. There were only traces of age and a mature charm. When Qiu Tong walked into the main hall, Elder Yu had already heard her footsteps and quickly stood up to welcome her. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the sadness in Qiu Tong's eyes and stopped. However, he was still a little unwilling and asked softly, Young mistress, how is she?" Qiu Tong sighed and didn't reply immediately. She looked at the servants in the hall and waved her hand. "All of you are dismissed." Those people all bowed and quietly walked down. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had already reached the roof. When he saw Qiu Tong through his divine perception, he laughed in his heart. Elder sister Qiu Tong has the aura of a master. Back then, she was also like a servant. She wasn't as magnanimous as she is now. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua actually knew how to criticize other people's aura. Furthermore, it was from a condescending point of view. Was this still the same country bumpkin that Qiu Tong had met back then? Seeing that everyone had left, Qiu Tong sat down dejectedly. She pinched the bridge of her nose between her eyes and rubbed it a few times. She smiled bitterly and said, "Elder Yu, young mistress was awake for a while just now. She seemed to be in high spirits and wanted to eat some snacks from Pingyang City. We just sent some over, but she only ate a little before she fell into a trance again. She didn't recognize anyone and looked like she was in a daze. Now that she had taken some medicine, she fell asleep again." "Sigh, how long has it been?" "The doctors from Lingering Fragrance Peak have also been here. Why can't they see the reason? What method did they use? They tried all kinds of medicine. They even took quite a number of elixirs from Lingering Fragrance Peak. Why can't they see any effect? It's fine if she's just falling asleep. However, young mistress's spirit is getting weaker and weaker. Even the doctors from Lingering Fragrance Peak said that if this continues, young mistress may never wake up again," Qiu Tong said sadly. However, there were tears in the corners of her eyes. She had served Oyen since she was young. Although they were master and servant, they were sisters. Otherwise, she wouldn't have followed Oyen to the lingering fragrance sect to suffer. Now that she saw that Oyen was dying, how could she not be sad? Elder Yu frowned. He slammed the table with his right hand, causing the teacup to fall to the ground. He shouted, "Isn't it obvious? It must be those old ladies from Lingering Fragrance Peak. Other than them, who else would make things difficult for young mistress? I already said that I would go to Lingering Fragrance Peak to reason with them. However, you just had to stop me. Now we don't even know if young mistress is dead or alive. Who can we reason with?" Chiao Tong got up and walked over. She bent down to pick up the teacup that had fallen to the ground and placed it gently on the table. Elder Yu was a little embarrassed. He said, "Chiao Tong, let the servants do this." Chiao Tong shook her head and said softly, "Elder Yu, I'm young mistress's servant. If I don't do this, who will do it?" Elder Yu stomped his feet. He was angry, but he couldn't vent it. He sat back down in his chair. Chiao Tong looked at Elder Yu and said softly, "Elder Yu, what you said doesn't have any basis. Although I have the same suspicions, there's no proof. Lingering Fragrance Peak won't admit it." After thinking for a while, she said, "Moreover, if Lingering Fragrance Peak wants to kill young mistress, they don't have to go through so much trouble. They only need to send an inner sect expert to point at her. Not to mention young mistress, even Elder Yu wouldn't be able to resist." Sigh. Elder Yu sighed and said dejectedly, "What you said makes sense. This old man has roamed the Jianghu for decades, and always felt that I have seen countless heroes. I know the depths of the Jianghu. Even when I came to Huanxi Manor, this old man also underestimated the people from the Misty School. I only felt that I was standing at a certain level of martial arts, and looked at everyone as normal. When this old man followed young mistress to Lingering Fragrance Peak, I thought that with my martial arts, I would be able to protect young mistress. However, when I came here, I realized that when Lingering Fragrance Peak destroyed the Misty School that day, they only used outer sect disciples and a few inner sect male disciples. Not a single elite inner sect female disciple went. It was only after I unintentionally witnessed the inner sect disciples' martial arts that this old man realized that there is always someone better than you. This old man's martial arts are really not up to their standards. What protection is there to talk about? Elder Yu, you don't have to feel inferior. The circumstances of the inner sect disciples are different from yours. If you were to have such a fortuitous encounter, you would definitely be stronger than them. Lass, you don't know this, but the path of martial arts is about fate. This fate is also an extremely important thing. There are countless people with extraordinary talents in this world. But how many of them can be discovered by others? How many of them can enter the ranks of martial arts? And out of these people, how many of them can meet a master, a suitable inner sect cultivation method, a suitable sword technique, or a suitable weapon? When it came to martial arts, Elder Yu had a lot to say. Chiao Tong didn't disturb him, and only sat at the side to listen quietly. Zhang Xiaohua leaned over the roof and laughed in her heart. It's said that when people get old, they like to reminisce about their past achievements. It seems like Elder Yu is no exception. After talking for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Elder Yu said, "This old man was also lucky and obtained the nameless sword technique by chance. It was from that sword technique that I was enlightened and understood the true essence of sword techniques." As he said that, he seemed to be thirsty and reached out to grab his teacup. Only then did he realize that the teacup had been broken by him. He stopped and realized that he had said too much. He smiled embarrassedly and said, I said too much. Chiao Tong pursed her lips and smiled. She poured tea into a teacup and handed it to Elder Yu. She said, "Since Elder Yu knows that the inner sect disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak are amazing, it would be easy for them to deal with us. Moreover, Shirxin Peak is the territory of Lingering Fragrance Cult. No one in the pugilistic world would know about it. If something happened, they could just say that the young mistress got sick. Why would they need to resort to other methods?" Elder Yu said, "You're right. If they wanted to do it, they would have done it a few years ago. Why wait until now? Moreover, the words Misty School no longer exist in the pugilistic world. The young mistress value is getting smaller and smaller. There's no need for them to do it now. Qiu Tong shook her head. Value is getting smaller? That's not necessarily true. Chapter 737. Elder Yu asked curiously. Is there something wrong with what I said? Qiu Tong smiled. Hall Master Yang is overseeing the front mountain of First Faith Peak. Although she is the wife of sect leader O, don't forget that she is also an inner disciple of the fragrant cult. This identity will inevitably make the disciples of the Misty School feel conflicted. Yes, this Yang Ruping really doesn't have it easy. I didn't even know that she was a disciple of the fragrant cult, after being in the Misty Mountain Villa for decades. Now that she is at First Faith Peak, she can still endure the humiliation and protect the disciples of the Misty School. Hall Master Yang is merely the wife of gang leader O, while young Miss is the younger sister of gang leader O. She is much more important than Hall Master Yang. Therefore, as long as the Misty Hall is not closed down, young Miss' value will not decrease. Qiu Tong then hesitated. Actually, I feel that the fragrant cult's purpose in imprisoning young Miss here is far from just that. Elder Yu didn't understand and asked curiously. Is there another reason? Qiu Tong was also puzzled by Elder Yu's question and asked. Didn't the disciples of the fragrant cult ask you about it? Of course, this old man is considered a top figure in the pugilistic world. Even if I haven't seen them, how could I not have heard of them? I only need to tell them my name, and they will know the whole story. Why bother to ask? Qiu Tong nodded and said thoughtfully, I understand now. But didn't they ask about anything else? Anything else? Of course, it's just a matter related to the young Mississippi. I'm just an old man. What could I know? Naturally, I'll tell them everything I know. Seeing my attitude, they didn't ask any more questions. Girl, why don't you tell me what's going on? We have been here for so many years, and you still seem to be hiding it from me. Qiu Tong smiled bitterly at Elder Yu's questioning words. It's not that I am hiding it from Elder Yu. Actually, young Miss is also puzzled and doesn't know what they are talking about. What do you want me to tell you? It's all groundless speculation. Is it related to some martial arts secret manual? Nodding, Qiu Tong said. Whether or not it's done is just a groundless accusation. In any case, the Misty School was destroyed because of this incident. Then he hesitated again and continued. However, it's not a martial arts secret manual like what people say. Zhang Xiaohua, who was lying on the roof, immediately understood what was going on. That's right. Doesn't the Aroma sect have any cultivation techniques? Even Su Huan mantra was casually bestowed to a disciple like second brother. How could he possibly covet the martial arts manuals of the Misty School? Then what exactly is? Elder Yu was indeed worthy of being the one who had taught Zhang Xiaohua swordsmanship. He immediately answered the question that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask. This was the third time Qiu Tong hesitated. However, after thinking for a moment, she still said, even young Miss was kept in the dark from the start. I heard that the alliance leader of the Righteous Alliance at the Misty Peak interrogated young Miss, saying that sect leader O had given young Miss something. However, sect leader O didn't give young Miss anything noteworthy. Later on, I heard from the inner sect disciples that it was some sort of map. In all honesty, how could Master O have given such an important item to someone who doesn't know martial arts like young Miss? Elder Yu's eyes lit up. A treasure map? A treasure map that contains a peerless martial art? How is that possible? Qiu Tong shook her head slightly. I don't know how rich the Fragrant Order is. I heard you say that their martial arts are very high. They only need to pass down their martial arts. Isn't that better than anything else? Elder Yu smiled. You're just inexperienced. What do you think is better, being the leader of the Aroma sect, or unifying the martial arts world, and becoming the leader of all the sects in the martial arts world? Qiu Tong was dumbfounded. I don't know. Elder Yu reprimanded her. You're a rotten wood that can't be carved. Why don't you have any ambition? Stop, Elder Yu. You don't have to say so much. If this map could be used to unify the martial arts world, wouldn't Master O have done it long ago? Why wait until the sect was destroyed by the three sects? I'm just casually chatting with you and you're already lecturing me? Hee hee. You seem to have forgotten that I taught you a lot back at Huanxi Manor. Even young Miss had to listen to me obediently. The moment the topic touched on Oyen, the atmosphere in the hall immediately turned heavy. Elder Yu couldn't continue his words and could only mutter. After talking for so long, since it wasn't Lingxiang Peak who did it, how could Lingxiang Peak's physicians not be able to treat her? Could it be there's another reason behind this? Elder Yu and Xiao Tong glanced at each other at the same time with a trace of shock in their eyes. If that was really the case, then the aroma sect wasn't an iron plate. There were actually people who disagreed with the sect master and disobeyed the sect master's orders. Then wasn't this person? Elder Yu and Xiao Tong shuddered. Even Zhang Xiaohua, who was listening carefully from the roof, was shocked. If that was the case, everyone in the Misty Hall was under Yang Rupiang's protection, and Yang Rupiang was under the sect master's protection. If there was really such a person, wouldn't the Misty Hall's days be even more difficult? Perhaps Zhong Pei, who dares to brazenly torture second brother with groundless accusations, belongs to such a force? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was letting her imagination run wild, Xiao Tong stood up and said, "Sai, no matter what they do, it's fine as long as it has nothing to do with us. Look at young Miss now, she's all skin and bones. If it's delayed for a few more days, it's hard to say what will happen. Is it that serious?" Elder Yu also stood up and said, "This old man has to go take a look." Xiao Tong hurriedly said, "Elder, quickly go and rest. What time is it now? Why are you still going to young Miss's room?" Elder Yu glared at him. "Young Miss is just like my granddaughter. What's so inconvenient about me going there? Moreover, when you were young." Seeing that Elder Yu was about to use his seniority again, Xiao Tong hurriedly begged for mercy. "Elder Yu, young Miss is already asleep. Don't you feel embarrassed to go there? Let's wait until tomorrow." "Didn't you say that young Miss?" Xiao Tong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "That won't make a difference. Elder, you should rest first. If there are any changes, I will definitely inform you." After speaking, Xiao Tong hurriedly left the hall and walked into the darkness outside. Elder Yu, who was standing in the hall, let out a long sigh. He sat down again and habitually picked up a teacup to drink. However, the teacup was empty. He shook his hand and threw it on the table, almost breaking it. Although Elder Yu was skilled in martial arts, the fact that Zhang Xiaohua flew up from the roof and followed Xiao Tong did not catch his attention at all. After Xiao Tong left the hall, she turned around and walked to the right. It was the same path she had taken earlier. There was a small moon door and a small stone path beneath her feet. Zhang Xiaohua knew that there were disciples from Lingering Fragrance Peak watching the courtyard, so she didn't dare to reveal herself. She carefully floated down from the roof and immediately burrowed into the ground to follow Xiao Tong. After Xiao Tong passed through the moon gate, she walked past several bamboo racks that were covered with green vines. She subconsciously stopped in her tracks and raised her head to look. She saw a bright full moon hanging in the sky. The moonlight scattered on the ground like water, as if it was bathing in a river of stars. Xiao Tong looked around and walked to a clean spot. Looking at the boundless starry sky, she clasped her hands together and knelt down without hesitation. She whispered something as hot tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Although he didn't hear what Xiao Tong was saying or praying, Zhang Xiaohua felt a pang in his heart when he saw Xiao Tong's pious expression under the moonlight and her tightly knitted brows. He thought to himself, if elder sister-in-law and mother were in trouble, would I just stand by and do nothing? The person who is in trouble is someone who I am indebted to in the past. The answer was obvious. Zhang Xiaohua had always been someone who knew how to repay kindness. Although he didn't intend to expose himself this time, and only wanted to see Xiao Tong and Oyen, and secretly check on Oyen's condition, he couldn't bear to see Xiao Tong treat Yu Qiutian in such a manner. He formed a hand seal and floated up from the ground. He quietly stood under the shadows of the green vines and looked at Xiao Tong with pity. After a long while, Xiao Tong stood up from the ground and wiped the tears from her face. Just as she was about to walk away, she heard a voice beside her call out, "Elder sister Xiao Tong, ah?" The voice wasn't loud, but it gave Chiao Tong a fright. She naturally jumped to the side and asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you? Why didn't you rest earlier? What are you doing here?" However, Chiao Tong was standing under the moonlight, and Zhang Xiaohua was in the shadows. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see who it was. Therefore, she didn't waste any time and said, "Didn't I tell you that no one is allowed to enter without my permission? Go back and pretend that I didn't see anything. There are still many things to do tomorrow." Zhang Xiaohua laughed inwardly. Chiao Tong must have thought of him as a servant. However, when he heard Chiao Tong's kindness, he couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. He smiled and said, "It's me, Zhang Xiaohua, elder sister Chiao Tong. Don't you remember me?" As he said that, Zhang Xiaohua took half a step forward. The moonlight shone on half of his face. "Zhang Xiaohua?" Chiao Tong covered her mouth in shock. She looked at the face under the moonlight in disbelief. It didn't seem to have changed much from the past few days. However, when she looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was a head taller than her reaction was the same as Chiao Ju's. You're really Zhang Xiaohua? I heard from your second brother that you were captured by the Tinryu sect? No wonder both of you have the surname Chiao." Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself as he pinched his nose. Then he smiled and said, "Didn't I escape from their hands?" However, Chiao Tong still didn't go forward. She hesitated and said, "But why are you here? Did the Archbishop of Lingering Fragrance Peak send you here?" Then, he laughed coldly and said, "Miss has already been tortured to such a state by you, and you still want to play this game." Chapter 738. After hearing Chiao Tong's question, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood. Needless to say, Chiao Tong thought that she was a fake Zhang Xiaohua sent by the fragrance cult. However, thinking about it carefully, it was quite normal. The Shixin Peak was different from the Huanxi Mountain Villa. When Qiuju saw Zhang Xiaohua, she was just stunned at first. She immediately understood, and did not delve into it. After all, Zhang Xiaohua was the medicine boy of the Huanxi Mountain Villa. With martial arts, it was normal for him to easily enter the Huanxi Mountain Villa, to find Qiuju and ask about Oyen. What about Shixin Peak? Other than the people from the fragrance cult, it was unlikely that anyone in Jianghu could easily come here. In Chiao Tong's eyes, who was Zhang Xiaohua, she was just like her younger brother who worked at home. Even if she heard from Zhang Xiaohu, Oyen, and even Chiao Tong had seen Zhang Xiaohua before, how could Chiao Tong, who had seen the mystical martial arts of the inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, believe that Zhang Xiaohua, who even He Tianshu from the pharmacy hall could not defeat, could sneak up on her in the middle of the night under the guard of the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak? In short, this was simply impossible. Well, if you want to pretend, you should at least make it look more real. You are using someone else's face from a few years ago in front of me. Aren't you bullying me for being stupid? Who would not see each other for 4 to 5 years, and not change their appearance at all? Especially when it was a teenager. Seeing Chiao Tong's reaction, Zhang Xiaohua thought about it carefully. This was where the loophole was. She could not explain it even if she had 100 mouths. Really, she could not explain it. She said to Chiao Tong, "Sister Chiao Tong, the first time I saw you was to help you get back your money bag." "Sister Chiao Tong, the reason why I could enter Huanxi Manor seems to be because you saw me at the Lotus Escort Agency." "Sister Chiao Tong, I saved Manor Hedo by the river. I also killed an old man in black." No matter how many times you say these words, it would not be enough to prove your identity. After all, Zhang Xiaohua did not help Chiao Tong dry her underwear. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "Big sister Chiao Tong, do you think I need to pretend to be myself?" Chiao Tong almost burst out laughing when she heard that. She thought for a moment and said, "That's true. Zhang Xiaohua was just an ordinary medicine apprentice. When the Misty School was destroyed, she had already disappeared. I don't think the fragrance cult knew of her existence. Moreover, even if this Zhang Xiaohua was impersonated by someone from the fragrant cult, why did you have to impersonate someone who has nothing to do with the young miss?" When Chiao Tong thought of this, she couldn't help but shudder. Zhang Xiaohua saved Miss before. Although this is a secret, there's no guarantee that no one will know about it. If someone from the fragrant religion uses it and impersonates Zhang Xiaohua, it's not necessarily true. Just as she was about to relax, she immediately became alert again. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment. It seemed like there was no secret that only the two of them knew. She could only smile bitterly and say, "Big sister Qiu Tong, I don't think I can think of anything to prove my identity. Do you want to think about it too?" Qiu Tong thought for a moment, and suddenly thought of something fun. She asked, "Do you remember the banknotes that the young miss gave you? How much silver do you remember? How many banknotes were there?" Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up, but then her face turned red. She smiled and said, "I'm glad that big sister Qiu Tong still remembers. It was 5 taels for 1 banknote. There were 40 banknotes. Manor Hedo even gave me 100 taels for 1 banknote. Is there a problem? Big sister Qiu Tong, I remember that you lied to me and said it was 1 tael for 1 banknote." Qiu Tong was slightly shocked. "Zhang Xiaohua, is it really you?" "That's right. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, how could she remember that 2,000 taels worth of banknotes were exchanged for 5 taels for 1 banknote? Perhaps only Zhang Xiaohua, who had just come out of the Guozhuang house and had never seen the world before, would do such a thing." "Of course it's me," Zhang Xiaohua said righteously. It was best not to spread such a shameful thing. However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of something. She took out Chasing Dream and handed it over. "Big sister Qiu Tong, this is my little sword. I remember that you were there when Elder Yu asked me about it at Huanxi Manor. You should have seen it too. I even used it to stab a tree." Qiu Tong nodded and walked forward to take it. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and handed it over to Qiu Tong before taking half a step back. When Chasing Dream entered Qiu Tong's hand, it sank and was held by Qiu Tong. She took a closer look at it before handing it over to Zhang Xiaohua. "It should be around that time. I don't remember it clearly, but it should be around 5 taels worth of banknotes." "Alright, why did you come to Shixin Peak?" "Oh, your second brother is still in front. You should have seen him already." Qiu Tong's words were also probing. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "Yes, isn't it just Zhang Xiaohu? Big sister Qiu Tong, you don't have to probe." Qiu Tong pursed her lips and smiled. Zhang Xiaohua continued, "I came here to spread the incense cult to look for second brother. I know that you and big sister O's lives are not important, but second brother's life is unpredictable. That's why I went through so much trouble to come here. As for how I came in, let's talk about it later. I heard you say to Elder Yu that big sister O is very sick? You were eavesdropping?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. "You were talking when I came in. I didn't want to disturb you, so I just happened to listen in." "No, what I mean is that Elder Yu didn't realize that you were eavesdropping outside." "Hee." Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and continued to smile. "It's enough that you know this. Don't tell Elder Yu. It'll be very embarrassing for him." "Hee." Qiu Tong laughed. I won't tell him. Then, she passed the small sword to Zhang Xiaohua and said with a frown, "You must have heard it just now. Young Mrs. illness is very serious." Zhang Xiaohua comforted her. "Big sister O has always been very nice to people. Good people will naturally be rewarded. It's fine. Let me take a look at her later. We'll talk about it later. You?" Qiu Tong didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua's last sentence to be like this. She asked, "Zhang Xiaohua, when did you learn how to treat people?" "Hee." Zhang Xiaohua laughed. "I learned it at Rejuvenation Valley." "Hey, you went to Rejuvenation Valley? Young miss seemed to want to go there back then. You actually went there and even learned medical skills? However, it's only been a few years. What can you learn? It can't be that the doctors at Lingering Fragrance Peak are inferior to you, right?" "Gosh, big sister Qiu Tong, when did you become so slow? Weren't you rushing back to see big sister O just now? Why are you so quiet now? You're just talking to me. Isn't that so?" Qiu Tong slapped her forehead. "What am I talking to you about? Even if you're a fake, so what? Anyway, this manor is your fragrant fragrance cult's territory. You can come and go as you please." Qiu Tong turned around and walked 2 steps. She subconsciously turned back and asked, "Zhang Xiaohua, do you really know how to treat people?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded affirmatively. I do. However, I haven't seen Big Sister O's condition yet. I can't answer you. Then come with me. Qiu Tong was seriously ill and was begging for help. Zhang Xiaohua didn't move. She whispered, you go first. I'll follow behind you. If we get too close, I'm afraid that the disciples at Lingering Fragrance Peak will see us. Qiu Tong nodded and turned around slowly. However, her attention was focused behind her. I don't see Zhang Xiaohua's figure. Could it be that his qinggong is so high? That's right. Since Elder Yu doesn't know that he's eavesdropping outside, his qinggong should be pretty good. I think I heard him say that sect leader O bestowed some qinggong technique on him. It shouldn't be wrong. Qiu Tong thought as she walked forward. She also looked back discreetly. However, when she arrived at a secluded courtyard, she still didn't see any trace of Zhang Xiaohua. And where did that brat go? In the small courtyard, there were a few servants who were also dispirited. They leaned against the door and were talking about something. When they saw Qiu Tong come in, they quickly perked up. Qiu Tong asked, how is Miss? There's no change. She's still unconscious. There's no movement at all. Sigh, all of you are dismissed. I'll be on duty tonight. But Big Sister Qiu Tong, you've been on duty since last night. Will you be able to endure it today? It's fine. All of you are dismissed. Qiu Tong waved her hand and turned to enter the house. The maidservants looked at each other, then left helplessly and went their separate ways. Qiu Tong entered the house. She wasn't in a hurry to go in. Instead, she looked back and waited for the servants to leave. She waited for a while but still didn't see anyone. She couldn't help but wonder, did Zhang Xiaohua get lost? Why isn't he here yet? Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a lazy voice behind her. Big Sister Qiu Tong, are you looking for me? You. Qiu Tong jumped in fright. She quickly turned around and saw Zhang Xiaohua sitting on a chair next to her, looking at her with a smile. Qiu Tong quickly walked to the door and closed it. She scolded jokingly. You child of all things, you learn to scare people. You even learn to speak lazily like other people. Do you think it's fun? Is that so? Zhang Xiaohua tried to say a few more words. She said, that seems to be the case. I really didn't learn to speak like other people. When Qiu Tong saw this, it was as if she was looking at the ignorant youth from years ago. She thought of her younger brother, who she hadn't seen for many years. She shook her head dotingly and said, I don't care to talk to you. Wait here. I'll go in and see young Mississippi. After a while, Qiu Tong returned and said, Zhang Xiaohua, go in and see. I hope you have a good way to cure young Miss' illness. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and followed Qiu Tong into the small room next to them. It was a very simple room. There weren't many things, but there were many books. There was no smell of cosmetics at all. It was completely different from what Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. When Zhang Xiaohua's gaze landed on Oyen, who was unconscious on the bed, her heart ached. Back when Zhang Xiaohua first met Oyen was about the same age as Lu Qian. She was at the peak of her beauty. There was no need to talk about the charm of her movements. Even her face, which was like a full moon, and her curved eyes were filled with boundless charm. However, at this moment, her face was so thin that it looked like a melon seed. Chapter 739. Oyen was lying on her back on the bed. Her black hair covered a little of her face. She was so thin that her face looked like it was hanging on a plate, but it was still white and flawless. Her long and narrow eyes were tightly shut, showing that her eye sockets were a little sunken. It was obvious that she was worried, and the sunken eye sockets made her dark eyelashes look even longer. Coupled with her fair skin, it was another kind of morbid beauty. Zhang Xiaohua looked at this face that was completely different from the one she remembered. Her eyes couldn't help but moisten. Yes, this was a high and mighty woman. She was the younger sister of a sect master, and also the head of a manor. However, she was so amiable and amiable. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua, who had just come from the countryside, she didn't look down on her, disdain or distance. Instead, she treated her as an equal, and even lent her a book on medicinal herbs. This kind of equal treatment really comforted Zhang Xiaohua's slightly inferior heart. Just like Chiao Tong, she gave Zhang Xiaohua motherly love. "Young miss, how is it?" Chiao Tong saw that Zhang Xiaohua was in a daze and couldn't help but ask anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua came to her senses and forced a smile. "Don't worry, big sister Chiao Tong. I will do my best to treat big sister O." Sigh. When she heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, Chiao Tong seemed to hear the guilt in her voice. She let out a long sigh and didn't say anything else. Zhang Xiaohua looked at O Yan and picked up a stool to sit in front of the bed. She narrowed her eyes and carefully looked at O Yan's face. She had only taken a rough look, but now that she took a closer look, she felt that O Yan's face was covered in a faint layer of green. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes twitched. She narrowed her eyes and released her divine sense. The moment she did so, Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed drastically. Do you know why? Before Zhang Xiaohua left the Guozhuang house, when Lu Qian was still taking care of the injured Zhang Xiaolong in the Guozhuang house, Zhang Xiaohua told Lu Qian that he could feel his grandmother's vitality gradually fading away. Lu Qian thought that it was because of the blood connection. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand it himself. It wasn't until Zhang Xiaohua comprehended the heavenly Tao that he had a certain foundation. After several opportunities, he had a deep impact on the Tao of life and death. Now, although his divine sense couldn't reach far, he had some special magical abilities. For example, right now he could clearly feel that Oyan's life force was slowly but steadily slipping away. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua's expression change drastically, Chiao Tong, who'd been paying attention from the side, was stunned as well, and she said, "Zhang Xiaohua, could it be that you noticed something? You haven't taken her pulse yet, right?" Sighing softly, Zhang Xiaohua's lips curled up, and he said, "I'm just wondering why Sister O is so skinny. Isn't the fragrance cult's leader a little too stingy?" Puffed. Chiao Tong couldn't help but laugh even though she knew Zhang Xiaohua was spouting nonsense. She then rebuked, "Hurry up and take her pulse. When she recovers, she'll make you something nice to eat." Chiao Tong seemed to remember that Zhang Xiaohua liked to eat meat. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sister Chiao Tong, you keep asking me to take her pulse. Why don't you take out Sister O's arm? If you want me to personally take it out from under her blanket, wouldn't that be blasphemy?" Chiao Tong slapped her forehead and said, "Look at me, I'm getting dizzy." As she spoke, she stepped forward and carefully took O Yan's arm out from under the blanket. Seeing that her wrist was already skin and bones, Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. She then carefully placed 2 fingers on O Yan's pulse and listened carefully. After a while, she sent her vital energy into O Yan's meridians. O Yan's meridians were small and fragile, which was the main reason why she couldn't practice martial arts. However, Zhang Xiaohua circulated her vital energy and didn't find any abnormalities. All the major acupoints on O Yan's body were normal, and her internal organs were normal as well. However, due to the knot in her heart for a long time, there was some sedimentation in her heart meridians. O Yan was still young, and it wasn't obvious yet. When she was old, there might be major problems. However, this wasn't what Zhang Xiaohua was looking for today. Just as Chiao Tong said, the doctors at Lingering Fragrance Peak couldn't find out what illness O Yan was suffering from. Zhang Xiaohua didn't believe it. His medical skills were praised by Valley Master Nya in Rejuvenation Valley, especially when he was dealing with difficult illnesses. Hence, he used his vital energy to check O Yan's meridians again and again. However, he still couldn't find any abnormalities. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua put down her hand and said apologetically to Chiao Tong, "Elder sister Chiao Tong, I was too full of myself earlier. I really didn't find anything wrong with elder sister O's illness." Chiao Tong was a little disappointed, but it wasn't out of her expectations. She forced a smile and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, you're already doing well." The doctors at Lingering Fragrance Peak said the same thing. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She asked, "What else did the doctors say?" Sigh, they didn't say much. They just said that young lady might be suffering from heart blockage and fatigue, which caused her to be mentally sluggish, and she fell into a deep sleep. Didn't elder sister O wake up for a while in the afternoon? How did the doctors deal with her? The doctors said that they weren't confident, and only left behind a few awakening pills, from lingering fragrance peak, for young lady to take, and see if there would be any effect. After she left, I fed one to young mistress. It was still useful. Not long after, young mistress woke up and wanted to eat some snacks from Pingyang City. However, she only ate a little before falling asleep again. It was the same as before. I was thinking of giving young lady another pill tomorrow morning, to see if there would be any effect. Awakening pill. Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback. The pill formula of this awakening pill was recorded in the jade slip he had obtained from the pill room of the Tianmu Peak. However, he had not paid much attention to the use of this pill. Usually, he would not hear the disciples of the Pill Tower Hall mention it. He thought that it was an ordinary pill. Can I take a look? Zhang Xiaohua asked. Of course. Xiao Tong turned around and picked up a jade bottle from the table. She poured out a pill. Zhang Xiaohua took it and looked at it carefully. It was a pill the size of a soybean. It wasn't perfectly round and was dark green in color. Before Zhang Xiaohua could bring it to her nose, a refreshing smell that was different from the usual pill fragrance rushed to her nose. Thin mint herb. Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly. This thin mint herb had a unique smell and a refreshing smell. It was most suitable for waking up and cleansing the mind. However, this awakening pill smelled so pungent for two reasons. Firstly, the thin mint herb use must have been young. The older the thin mint herb was, the fainter the pungent smell. In the end, there was only a lingering coolness left. Secondly, there was a mistake in the refining method. It didn't capture the essence of the way of the immortals. Not to mention whether the essence of the thin mint herb could be combined with other supplementary herbs to produce an effect. The pungent smell had already dissipated much of the medicinal effect. Could this awakening pill be effective for Oyan's illness? If that's the case, perhaps the pill I refined can save Oyan's life? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. She then handed the awakening pill to Qiu Tong. After thinking for a while, she said, Sister Qiu Tong, keep this awakening pill. When you give it to Miss tomorrow, let me take a look. Perhaps I can see its effects. Qiu Tong kept the pill and nodded. Tomorrow. I hope this awakening pill will be useful. Then she suddenly realized something. Where can I find you tomorrow? Zhang Xiaohua laughed. I'm now in the Misty Hall in the front mountain. I'm a disciple on duty from the Pill Expanding Hall. However, it's not convenient for you to find me. I'll do it myself. She then looked at the full moon in the sky and said, But it's already late. I'll have to nag you all night. Qiu Tong was stunned. There are many rooms in this manor, but it's too late to pack them up. Moreover, there are many spies in the incense cult. You don't want others to know, right? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. It's fine. Just find me a place. If it's not convenient here, I'll just find a cave on the mountain. There's no need for that. Come with me. With that, she led Zhang Xiaohua out. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, You don't have to go out. Just tell me where it is and I'll go there myself. I see. Qiu Tong thought for a while and said, This courtyard is empty. There aren't many people there. If you're brave enough, you can go there and stay for a night. All right. I'll come over first thing in the morning. Don't let the servants come over. With that, Zhang Xiaohua went out and made a hand seal. Without waiting for Qiu Tong to come out, she went straight to the backyard. When Qiu Tong came out, Zhang Xiaohua was long gone. It was like a dream. She couldn't help but believe that the country youth of the past was no longer someone she could see through. Just as Qiu Tong said, no one came to the backyard. It was rather dusty. Zhang Xiaohua went in and found a random room. She took out a praying mat and sat down cross-legged. Then she set up a restriction. Not long after, she fell into her daily slumber. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua first finished her homework. Seeing that it was still early, she sat on the praying mat and carefully considered Oyan's condition. Oyan's condition was really strange. Even in Rejuvenation Valley, she had never heard Mu Qingxian talk about such a case. It made her feel like she didn't know where to start. After thinking for a while, she didn't have any ideas. Zhang Xiaohua could only take out the pill formula that recorded the Spirit Awakening pill and read it carefully. The Spirit Awakening pill was refined using the same method as the Yahuandan pill. It was also refined using the two main ingredients, lotus grass and clear eucalyptus fruit, along with a dozen other supplementary ingredients. The lotus grass and clear eucalyptus fruit weren't considered rare compared to the ice soul grass. Even the mystic birch forest had plenty of them. Zhang Xiaohua didn't take long to prepare all the herbs needed to refine the spirit awakening pill. She placed them in the coin pouch. After preparing everything, Zhang Xiaohua put away the praying mat and turned around to return to Oyan's room. Qiu Tong was anxiously pacing left and right. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua suddenly appear, she couldn't help but jump in fright. Chapter 740. What kind of lightness skill is that? Qiu Tong was shocked and blurted out. Ethereal steps? Zhang Xiaohua blurted out with a smile. Isn't that the lightness skill that sect leader O bestowed upon me years ago? Qiu Tong was enlightened. You're really something. It's only been a few years since we last met, but you've already mastered the Misty School's lightness skill to such a high level. I feel that even Elder Yu can't compare to you. If sect leader O sees this, he'll definitely be overjoyed. Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips when she heard this. She knew her own situation. If O Peng were to find out about this technique, how would she survive? Zhang Xiaohua also knew that as the leader of a sect, O Peng would definitely prioritize the sect's interests. She was just a country bumpkin with no background. Either she obediently cooperated with him, or she would lose her life. Of course, O Peng should be considered a good person. He would probably pay a corresponding price in exchange for her help. Qiu Tong's face was a little gloomy and listless as she said this. Zhang Xiaohua smiled when she saw this. Don't think too much, Sister Qiu Tong. Who knows when the Misty School will be re-established in Pingyang City. Let's hurry and treat Mississippi. If Miss doesn't attend the ceremony on the day of reorganizing the mountains and rivers, it will be much worse. That's right. Qiu Tong wiped her eyes and said, Miss also talks about reorganizing the Misty School every day. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so tired, and even contracted such a strange illness. With that, she led Zhang Xiaohua into the eastern room. Everything in the room was the same as last night. Even Oyan's sleeping posture had changed slightly. Only the pale green color on Oyan's face had deepened. Qiu Tong took out the awakening pill and was about to feed it to Oyan when Zhang Xiaohua suddenly said, Sister Qiu Tong, let me do it. Qiu Tong looked at Zhang Xiaohua and nodded. She poured out a sobering pill and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu carefully examined the spirit awakening pill before placing it into Oyan's mouth, following which, he placed his finger on Oyan's pulse and channeled his true energy into her body. He activated his true energy to dissolve the spirit awakening pill, while his divine sense enveloped Oyan. Sure enough, the spirit awakening pill had some effect. Not long after, when the pill dissolved, although Zhang Xiaohua's Jinqi didn't detect any special changes in Oyan's meridians, heart meridians, and internal organs, the disappearing vitality in her divine sense obviously slowed down. Although it couldn't stop, it was enough for Zhang Xiaohua to see Oyan's slightly moving eyes and trembling eyelashes. Miss, Qiu Tong saw Oyan move and said in surprise, You're awake? Mississippi. Oyan opened her eyes tiredly and saw Zhang Xiaohua immediately. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. It seemed that other than her mother, no one else could recognize her so easily. Her heart warmed as she nodded and said, It's me, Mississippi. You're awake? Yes, I'm awake. Why are you in my room? Did he Tianshu give you a day off today? Or is there something you need from me? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua completely understood. Like I said, only mother can recognize me at once. Even elder brother, elder sister-in-law, and father are hesitant. How could Oyan have such a deep impression of me? It turns out that she thought she was in Huanxi Mountain Villa. Qiu Tong walked over and said, Miss this. Before Qiu Tong could finish speaking, Oyan frowned and said, Are you Qiu Tong? Why do you seem to have aged so much in just one night? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she stood up from the chair. Oyan was even more surprised. She pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Zhang Xiaohua, when did you grow so tall? Miss Mississippi, Chiao Tong quickly walked forward and sat beside Oh Yin. You must be a little confused from sleeping. Look at the things in this room. When Oh Yin heard this, she looked around and then at the bed. She composed herself and smiled bitterly. So we're not at Huanxi Manor. But then she pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, who is this person? Why does she look exactly like Zhang Xiaohua from a few years ago? Chiao Tong said, she is Zhang Xiaohua from back then. I don't know what happened. She's actually acting so young. You don't have to doubt it. I already confirmed last night that she's the real Zhang Xiaohua. Oh, when Oh Yin saw Chiao Tong's assurance, she did not pursue the matter. She only said, Zhang Xiaohua, why are you here? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she bowed and said, Big sister Oh, now is not the time to ask me. I know you can't stay awake for long. I know a little about the art of medicine, so I wanted to ask you some questions. Oh Yin was interested. She said, am I sick? I just feel very tired and want to sleep. It's probably because I was tired a while ago. Chiao Tong said worriedly, Miss, it's good for you to rest like this. But you can't always sleep. This servant is very afraid. Let's listen to Zhang Xiaohua and see if he can find anything. Without waiting for Oh Yin to nod, Zhang Xiaohua asked, Big sister Oh, when did you suddenly feel very tired and want to sleep? Oh Yin thought for a moment and said, about 20 days ago. I wanted to go to the mountain to take a look, but halfway there, I suddenly felt a gust of wind. I felt cold all over and my limbs were tired. I didn't want to move. At that time, I was with Chiao Tong, and it was Chiao Tong who helped me back. When I came back, I couldn't open my eyes and wanted to sleep. Then, do you feel any different when you sleep compared to when you rest? Yes, Oh Yin said firmly, usually I just sleep. But this time, it was as if I wasn't sleeping at all. I felt like I was flying, and it was as if I was chasing a flying bug. It kept flying, and I kept chasing, but I couldn't catch up. It was very, very tiring. Was there anything else unusual? Zhang Xiaohua asked. There didn't seem to be anything. It was just a dream, nothing else. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Chiao Tong and said, Big sister Chiao Tong, I don't have anything else to ask. You can tell young mistress. Chiao Tong nodded and looked at Oh Yin. It's all right, young mistress. Yesterday, we asked the doctor from Lingering Fragrance Peak to come over and leave you some pills. Once you take it, you'll wake up. Also Zhang Xiaohua knows the Qi Huang technique. He said that he will definitely be able to cure your illness. Haha, Oh Yin laughed. She was also tired. She said, I believe in you. Then she sighed and said, actually this is good too. I've been tired these past few years. Whenever I have time, I think of Big Brother. If I can't wake up from my sleep, I can go and see Big Brother earlier. But I can't rebuild the Misty School. I'm afraid I won't be able to answer to Big Brother. You're thinking too much. Didn't gang leader O not tell you anything? Why are you giving yourself such a heavy task? Chiao Tong reprimanded. The Misty School is Big Brother's foundation. I can't accept it being taken over by someone else for no reason. Sigh, it's a pity that you had to come here with me. You're almost 30, but you don't even have a good husband. Chiao Tong blushed a little when she heard this. She rebuked. Look at what young mistress is saying. Aren't you the same? This servant is still waiting to serve you and... At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. He smiled and said, Big sister Chiao Tong, I forgot something. It wasn't just Chiao Tong. Even Oh Yin looked up and said, Look at you smiling so happily. What's the matter? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, It's good news for big sister Chiao Tong. With that, he took out the brocade box and the letter that Chiao Ju had asked him to bring to Chiao Tong. He said, Congratulations, big sister Chiao Tong. There's actually a disciple in the Misty School who admires you so much. This is the letter and birthday present he asked someone to bring to you. Chiao Tong's face turned red when she heard this. She scolded jokingly, Zhang Xiaohua, when did you learn to make fun of me? You actually brought something like this over? Oh Yin was also overjoyed. She tugged at Chiao Tong and said, You silly girl, when did you go to the front mountain? You actually did such a big thing without saying a word. You even hid it from me? See if I don't give you a dowry in the future. How can that be? Chiao Tong protested loudly. I've been accompanying young mistress every day. How can I have the time to go to the Misty Hall? Hearing their conversation, Zhang Xiaohua knew that they had misunderstood. She quickly said, "Sisters, please listen to me. This disciple is not from the Misty Hall." Then, Zhang Xiaohua told them everything that Qiuju had said. Ouyang and Qiutong were both sad. They knew that this disciple was no longer around. After a while, Ouyang asked, "Qiutong, who do you think this disciple is?" Qiutong shook her head and said, "I've never had the chance to go to the Misty Mountain Villa. Even when I did go, it was to accompany young mistress. Although there are many disciples in the Misty School, I've never paid attention to them. Sigh, it's a pity that this disciple is too shy. If he had come a few years earlier, he might have been able to achieve something good." "Young mistress," Qiutong said shyly, "this is something that has never happened. What are you talking about?" She then raised the letter and box in her hand and said, "It's because this disciple sacrificed her life for the Misty School that I accepted these. If it were any other day, I wouldn't even look at them." At this time, seeing that Ouyang was gradually becoming more and more sleepy, Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness felt that Ouyang's vitality was fading away. She couldn't help but have a bad feeling. It seemed that this spirit-cleansing pill could only cure the symptoms. Ouyang yawned and said, "Let's take a look at the letter first. I'm curious, who is this disciple? Is it one of the few that I know?" Qiutong's face turned red, but seeing that Ouyang was about to fall asleep again, she was also anxious. She smiled and said, "All right, young mistress, please wait a moment. I'll read the letter to you." Hearing this, Ouyang's eyes lit up. She said, "Then read it quickly. This disciple of the Misty School has some literary talent." Qiutong smiled and opened the letter, but when she saw the contents, she couldn't help but turn pale with fright. That you're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.